You've been lied to about forgiveness. They told you it means weakness, that letting go means letting others win, that to forgive is to forget the pain they caused. But if that were true, why does holding on feel so heavy? Why does replaying the hurt only make the wound deeper? Why do you still feel chained to the past, carrying anger that poisons your peace? The truth is, forgiveness isn't about them. It's not about saying what happened was okay. It's about freeing yourself. Because resentment is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to suffer, and you deserve better. Buddhist wisdom shows us the way. For centuries, these teachings have unlocked freedom in the hearts of those who dared to let go. Not by pretending the pain wasn't real, but by seeing it clearly, breathing through it, and choosing release over revenge. Forgiveness is not surrender. It is power. It is the strength to carry no burden, the courage to set yourself free. Tonight, as you listen to these lessons, something will shift inside you. The bitterness you've been holding will begin to loosen its grip. The anger will soften, and you'll feel a lightness in your heart, like a bird released from its cage. Tomorrow, you will wake up different, calmer, lighter, free, no longer chained to the past, but alive in the present. This isn't just another bedtime story. This is the beginning of your freedom. Are you ready? Let's begin. When the heavy chains of resentment begin to loosen, something remarkable happens. You notice that the pain you've been carrying was never just about what someone did to you. It was about the grip you had on the story, the way you held it close, the way you fed it with your attention again and again. The Buddha taught that suffering is born not only from what happens, but from the clinging that follows. Forgiveness is not simply letting go of a person, it is letting go of the attachment to anger, the identification with pain, the desperate need for things to have been different. In this sense, forgiveness is an act of non-attachment, a release so deep it reshapes the way you experience life itself. To forgive is to notice that holding on does not protect you, it binds you. Non-attachment is not indifference, it is not coldness, and it is not denial. It is the quiet strength of allowing reality to be what it is, without trying to trap it in the cage of your expectations. When you release resentment, you are practicing the same wisdom the Buddha spoke of under the Bodhi tree, that freedom is found in loosening the grip, in no longer demanding that life conform to your desire. Forgiveness becomes a living expression of this truth. When you cling to resentment, you are clutching a burning coal, believing it defines who you are. You say, "This pain is mine. This wound is part of me." Non-attachment says, "I can see this anger, I can feel it, but I am not it." In that simple shift, the story loses its power. The self, who was betrayed, is recognized as just one passing moment, not the eternal you. Forgiveness arrives when you are willing to let that moment dissolve, to release your grasp on the identity of the wounded one. Non-attachment does not mean detachment. Detachment rejects the world, pushes it away. Non-attachment opens the hands, accepts that everything changes, and allows love and pain to move through without clinging. When you forgive, you are not erasing what happened. You are ending the contract you made with suffering by refusing to clutch it any longer. This is not weakness, it is the deepest form of strength, the courage to face reality without decorating it with endless resistance. Resentment thrives on repetition. The more you replay the story, the tighter you hold it, the more real it feels. Forgiveness interrupts this cycle by refusing to give the story constant attention. Through non-attachment, you begin to see the thought arise, "They hurt me, they wronged me," and instead of grasping it, you let it pass like clouds in a vast sky. Each time you let it go, the hold weakens. Each time you choose release, your freedom deepens. Forgiveness becomes not a one-time act, but a practice of loosening grip, moment by moment. There is a teaching that attachment is like trying to hold on to water. The tighter your fist closes, the less you can hold. In the same way, resentment is liquid. You cannot grasp it without losing yourself. Non-attachment allows the water to flow through your open hand. Forgiveness is the courage to open the hand and allow the stream of life to continue without your resistance blocking it. What once felt like an identity, a reason to stay angry, becomes nothing more than passing current. Many people fear that letting go means the harm was acceptable. But non-attachment is not approval, it is clarity. It says, "What was done was harmful, but I will not carry that harm forever in my own chest." Forgiveness through non-attachment honors truth without allowing truth to harden into a prison. You acknowledge the wound, but you do not keep pressing on it to make sure it still hurts. You see it, you tend it, and then you let the natural process of healing unfold. When resentment is released, you experience the impermanence of all things directly. The story that once seemed solid begins to fade, like a painting exposed to the sun. Anger loses its edge, sadness softens, and peace grows in the empty space left behind. This is non-attachment in action, seeing that nothing, not even pain, is fixed. Forgiveness is your willingness to let the wound be carried by time rather than by your constant clinging. It is the choice to let impermanence do its work. Non-attachment also shifts the way you relate to the one who caused harm. Instead of freezing them into the role of enemy, you allow them to be fluid, changing, just as all beings are. You stop clinging to the fixed story of the one who hurt me, and allow them to be a human being shaped by causes and conditions. This does not excuse their actions, but it frees you from the need to hold them in a cage of judgment. In releasing your grip on their identity, you release yourself from the prison of constant anger. Forgiveness as non-attachment also protects your inner peace. Anger is exhausting. Resentment consumes energy. When you cling, you give your strength away to the past. Non-attachment conserves that energy, allowing you to direct it toward growth, love, and presence. In this way, forgiveness is not only moral or spiritual, it is practical. It returns your life to you. You stop investing in the story of hurt and begin investing in the story of healing. The Buddha taught that clinging is the root of suffering. To forgive is to live that teaching, to see how resentment itself is a form of clinging to the past, to identity, to a sense of control. Letting go is frightening because it feels like stepping into emptiness. But that emptiness is space, and in space there is freedom. Forgiveness is stepping into that space, releasing the past so that new possibilities can breathe. When you practice non-attachment through forgiveness, you also begin to trust life again. Grudges make the world feel unsafe, filled only with betrayal and loss. Releasing them reopens the heart to trust, not blind trust in everyone, but trust in your own resilience, trust in the flow of impermanence, trust that you can meet life without clutching it. Forgiveness is not saying, "Nothing will ever hurt me again." It is saying, "I am strong enough to let go when it does." Forgiveness as non-attachment also dissolves fear. Much of what keeps anger alive is fear. Fear that letting go will mean forgetting, fear that we will be hurt again, fear that we will lose part of ourselves if we release it. But forgiveness reveals that nothing essential is ever lost by letting go. What falls away is only the weight that was never truly yours. What remains is clarity, lightness, and the quiet strength of one who no longer clings. Over time, practicing forgiveness as non-attachment transforms the way you approach every difficulty. Instead of grasping at pain or clinging to pleasure, you begin to meet life with open hands. This openness is liberation itself. Forgiveness becomes more than a response to a single wound. It becomes a way of living, a way of meeting the constant flux of existence without chains. And in this way, forgiveness is not only freedom from the past, but freedom in the present moment, a living echo of the Buddha's teaching that to cling is to suffer, and to let go is to be free. When the hand finally opens and resentment slips away, the heart begins to feel what it is like to breathe freely. Yet the truth is that many times the hand refuses to open. The story of betrayal is replayed, the wound is rehearsed, and the anger hardens into something more enduring. This is where karma enters, not as punishment from outside, but as the subtle unfolding of consequences set in motion by what we choose to hold. Forgiveness is release, but holding grudges is continuation, a cycle that deepens with every thought, every memory, every tightening of the chest. A grudge is never neutral. It is alive, active, and shaping your life, even when you believe you are in control. Anger that is not released becomes the architect of your future, constructing relationships built on suspicion, conversations shaped by bitterness, and choices guided not by clarity, but by the shadow of past injury. The Buddha taught that the mind is like a field. What you plant, you must harvest. If you plant seeds of bitterness, watered by constant rumination, you will find yourself reaping more bitterness, not only toward the one who hurt you, but toward life itself. When anger is stored instead of dissolved, it creates patterns that repeat themselves. A grudge against one person does not stay confined to that person. It leaks into how you hear others, how you react to strangers, how you trust or fail to trust new relationships. The unhealed wound becomes a filter. A soft word sounds sharp, a neutral action feels like betrayal, a small delay feels like rejection. In this way, the karma of grudges is not always obvious. It is subtle, weaving itself into the very fabric of perception, turning daily life into a field of triggers. Unhealed anger also drains the body. Ancient Buddhist texts spoke of anger as fire. Modern science echoes this truth, showing how the body floods with stress hormones when resentment rises, how the immune system weakens, how the heart strains under the constant load. Holding a grudge is like keeping a fire burning in your chest at all times. It consumes your strength, leaving you tired, restless, unable to feel at home in your own skin. This is karma, not as mystical punishment, but as cause and effect, the natural result of carrying poison instead of release. The subtle suffering of grudges also reveals itself in how they fixate the mind on identity. You begin to tell yourself, I am the betrayed one, I am the victim, I am the one who cannot forgive. This identity solidifies, and karma ensures that life keeps presenting you with new events to confirm it. When you define yourself by injury, the world responds in kind. The self clings tighter, the story repeats, and the cycle continues. To release the grudge is to release the story. But to cling is to ensure the story never ends. There is also the way grudges lock you to the past. Every time you replay the offense, you live it again. You keep the wound fresh, never allowing it to scar over. Karma here is repetition, the endless reliving of something that should have passed. While time moves forward, you remain bound to the moment of harm. Days, months, even years later, the pain feels immediate because you have carried it with you, feeding it with thought. Forgiveness ends this repetition. Holding on guarantees it. Grudges also alter how you see the one who harmed you. They become frozen in your memory, permanently cast in the role of enemy. Karma then blinds you to their humanity, to the fact that they too change, suffer, and make mistakes. When you hold them fixed in hatred, you also freeze yourself, unable to see reality as fluid. You carry a shadow version of them in your heart, and that shadow darkens your own life far more than theirs. This is the unseen suffering of resentment. It binds you not only to pain but to illusion. In relationships, grudges breed distance. Even when you are silent about your anger, it radiates through tone, through body language, through the subtle currents of interaction. Others feel the tension even when they do not know its source. Over time, trust erodes, intimacy withers, and connection fades. Karma works not only within you but between you and others, shaping the field of your relationships in ways you may not intend. Holding a grudge also robs you of presence. When the mind is busy rehearsing old battles, it cannot fully enter the moment before it. Joy becomes muted, peace becomes unreachable, love becomes overshadowed. Life is happening here and now, yet your attention is chained to what has already passed. This constant absence is one of the most painful karmic results of resentment. Not only do you suffer from the past, but you also lose the present and blind yourself to the future. Even creativity and clarity suffer under the weight of anger. A mind filled with grudges cannot rest in openness. It circles the same thoughts endlessly, leaving no space for insight, inspiration, or wonder. Forgiveness opens the door to freshness. Resentment closes it, ensuring the mind remains trapped in a narrow hallway with no windows. The karmic result is stagnation, the loss of possibility, the inability to see new paths where they might have appeared. One of the most dangerous effects of grudges is their ability to grow. A small slight, left unchecked, can become a lifelong bitterness. A single wound can expand until it colors every corner of perception. Karma magnifies what is fed. Anger rehearsed once becomes anger rehearsed 100 times. Each rehearsal deepens the groove, until the mind knows no other path but that of returning again and again to the grievance. The small ember becomes a firestorm, not because the offense itself grew, but because you kept breathing life into it. Grudges also influence how you teach others, especially children. A parent who clings to resentment passes that energy along, not through deliberate instruction, but through tone, attitude, and example. Children learn what they see. If they see bitterness, suspicion, and anger, they will mirror it. In this way, unhealed anger does not stop with you. It flows into the next generation, carrying suffering forward into lives that did not even experience the original wound. Karma here is collective, stretching beyond one life into many. Resentment also obscures wisdom. When the mind is filled with anger, it cannot see clearly. Judgments are skewed, decisions are made through the lens of bitterness, and understanding is clouded. The Buddha compared anger to a storm that muddies water. You may hold a vessel of clear water, but once stirred with dirt, you can no longer see through it. Clarity returns only when the storm settles. Forgiveness is the settling of the water. Clinging to grudges keeps it stirred, leaving you blind to the truths that could set you free. The karma of holding grudges is not only about inner suffering, it is also about missed opportunities. Doors that could have opened remain closed because resentment makes you unwilling to step through. Connections that could have been healing are avoided because you assume betrayal will return. Life offers chances for growth, but bitterness blinds you to them. You believe you are protecting yourself, but in truth, you are limiting yourself. The unseen consequence is a smaller life, a life narrowed by the shadows of old pain. At its deepest level, the karma of grudges keeps you bound to samsara, the endless cycle of suffering. Every act of clinging, every refusal to release, ties another knot in the chain. The more knots you tie, the harder freedom becomes. Forgiveness, through non-attachment, unties the knots one by one. Refusal to forgive adds more links. This is not abstract, it is the very process of suffering perpetuating itself. Anger begets anger, bitterness begets bitterness, lifetime after lifetime, unless release interrupts the cycle. What is most tragic is that while you hold the grudge, the other person may move on. They may never think of the harm again, while you continue to suffer. This reveals karma's most subtle teaching. It is not about them, it is about you. Your suffering is the fruit of your own clinging. The grudge is your chain, not theirs. And so the choice becomes clear. You can carry it until it burns you hollow, or you can let it drop and step into freedom. The Buddha compared forgiveness to releasing a bird. The bird does not erase its past flight, but once released, it soars. To hold it is to trap it, to bind it, to keep it from its nature. In the same way, your heart is meant for freedom. Anger is a cage. The karma of grudges is that you remain locked inside it. Forgiveness is the key. The choice of whether to turn it is always yours. When the truth of grudges reveals itself as a chain you forge with your own hands, the next question naturally arises. What about the wounds that cut so deep they feel impossible to release? There are harms so severe that the very thought of forgiveness feels like betrayal of your own pain. These are not the small misunderstandings or fleeting insults of daily life, but the injuries that fracture trust, that alter the course of a life. In the teachings of the Buddha, this territory belongs to the perfection of patience, shanti, a strength so profound it becomes the ground of freedom itself. To forgive what feels unforgivable is not an act of forgetting or denying. It is the highest expression of courage. Patience in Buddhism is not passive endurance, but active resilience, the capacity to meet suffering without collapsing under its weight. Khanti is described as the ability to withstand harm without hatred, to absorb the fire without letting it ignite your heart. When forgiveness meets the extreme, it becomes a practice of transcendent strength, one that turns pain into wisdom. When someone causes deep harm, the first reaction of the mind is resistance. Anger rises as a shield. Hatred presents itself as power. Yet over time, this defense becomes its own prison. The pain remains, kept alive by the energy of rage. What patience offers is not permission for the harm, but liberation from the harm's shadow. To forgive in these cases is to refuse to allow another's actions to dictate the shape of your life. The grudge keeps you tethered to the wound. Forgiveness releases you into a space where healing can finally take root. The perfection of patience teaches that suffering can be transformed rather than merely endured. In the face of betrayal, loss, or cruelty, patience allows you to step back from immediate reactivity and see the wider picture of causes and conditions. Every action arises from ignorance, fear, or craving. This does not make the harm right, but it reveals that even the one who caused suffering is caught in their own net of delusion. To recognize this is not to excuse, but to understand, and understanding is the soil in which forgiveness can grow. Extreme forgiveness is not about erasing boundaries. It does not mean exposing yourself to harm again or staying silent in the face of injustice. Instead, it is the refusal to let hatred consume your heart. You can walk away, you can protect yourself, you can pursue justice, but you can do all these without feeding the poison of vengeance. This is the paradox of Kshanti. Strength is not found in striking back, but in refusing to let your inner world be ruled by bitterness. There are countless stories in Buddhist tradition that illustrate this power. One tells of a monk who was beaten and mocked by robbers. When asked later how he endured, he said, "I felt pity." for they strike from blindness, and blindness is suffering greater than mine. This is not romanticizing harm, but recognizing that responding with hatred multiplies suffering, while responding with patience transforms it. The monk's strength was not in muscle or retaliation, but in the clarity of his heart, untouchable by cruelty. Forgiving the unforgivable also reveals the impermanence of all things. Even the deepest wound does not remain fixed. Anger that once felt eternal eventually changes shape, softens with time, if not continually fed. Patience allows you to sit with the fire long enough to watch it burn out on its own. To forgive is to align with this truth. No pain, however sharp, can last forever. By refusing to cling to hatred, you hasten the natural fading of the wound. Shanti also teaches humility. In extreme cases of harm, the ego cries out, "How could this happen to me?" It interprets suffering as an attack on identity. Patience shifts the perspective. It reminds you that suffering is not personal punishment, but part of the human condition. All beings encounter loss, betrayal, and pain. To forgive is to release the idea that your suffering marks you as uniquely wronged. It is to place your pain within the vast ocean of human struggle, where compassion becomes possible. Another aspect of this strength is that it transforms trauma into wisdom for others. When you forgive the unforgivable, your very presence becomes a teaching. Others who suffer see that it is possible to live without hatred, even after deep harm. Your forgiveness becomes a lamp, not to erase what happened, but to show that life beyond the wound is possible. In this way, Shanti is not only for yourself, it ripples outward, healing communities, breaking cycles of vengeance, and planting seeds of peace. In daily life, practicing this level of patience can mean meeting betrayal with clarity instead of retaliation. It can mean sitting with the pain of abandonment without turning it into bitterness toward all. It can mean acknowledging deep loss without letting it poison your love for those still present. Each act of extreme forgiveness is not denial but transformation, the alchemy of pain into strength. The karma of refusing to forgive in extreme cases is endless repetition of suffering, but the karma of forgiving, even when it feels impossible, is liberation. It is the refusal to be bound by the cruelty of others. It is claiming the dignity of your own heart. The one who harmed you may never change, may never apologize, may never understand. But your forgiveness is not for them, it is for you. It is the act of stepping out of their shadow and standing in the light of your own freedom. Patience as perfection also teaches that forgiveness does not happen in one stroke. In cases of deep harm, forgiveness unfolds slowly, layer by layer. Some days the heart resists, other days it softens. The practice is not to force forgiveness, but to return again and again to the intention of release. Each return weakens the grip of hatred, like water wearing down stone. Over time, what felt impossible becomes natural. This is the strength of Kshanti, not speed, but endurance. At its highest, forgiving the unforgivable reveals that there is no solid self to protect, no separate enemy to hate. The one who harmed you acted from ignorance, shaped by countless causes beyond their control. You, too, are not fixed. You are a flow of conditions, ever changing. When this truth is seen deeply, forgiveness is no longer a struggle. It is simply the recognition that clinging to hatred in a world of impermanence and interbeing makes no sense. Patience ripens into wisdom, and wisdom ripens into compassion. To forgive in extreme cases is not to say the wound never mattered. It is to say the wound does not own you. It is to reclaim the sovereignty of your heart from the grip of anger. It is to live the Buddha's teaching that hatred is never ended by hatred, but only by love. This is not love as sentiment, but love as freedom, the unshakable clarity of one who refuses to be broken by harm. This is forgiveness as transcendence, the flowering of kshanti into strength that no cruelty can touch. When the heart learns to release even the deepest wounds inflicted by others, a new challenge quietly arises. How do you forgive yourself? For many, this is the hardest forgiveness of all. The mistakes of the past, the choices you regret, the words you wish could be unsaid, they circle the mind endlessly. You may release anger toward others, but turn the blade inward, punishing yourself for years, even decades. The Buddha's teachings reveal that this relentless self-condemnation rests on an illusion. The belief in a fixed self. When you believe you are one solid, unchanging identity, every mistake feels like a permanent stain. But when you see that the self is fluid, ever-changing, forgiveness becomes not only possible, but natural. The truth of impermanence applies not only to external events, but to who you are. The one who made mistakes in the past is not the same as the one living now. Your body has changed, your thoughts have shifted, your understanding has grown. To cling to guilt is to keep worshipping an image that no longer exists. This is the illusion of a fixed self, believing that the one who erred is still here, still defining you. Forgiveness begins with the recognition that what you are is a stream, not a statue. When you view yourself as permanent, every misstep becomes unbearable. If the self is unchanging, then the mistakes are carved into stone. But Buddhism teaches that the self is a collection of conditions, body, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, consciousness, all arising and dissolving. What you called I yesterday is not identical to I today. The words spoken in anger belong to a self who has already vanished. The choices you regret were made by someone who no longer exists in the same way. To see this deeply is to loosen the grip of shame. You are not condemned by past selves because they have already dissolved. Forgiving yourself requires courage to see guilt for what it is, another form of clinging. Just as holding on to resentment toward others binds you, so too does clinging to self-blame. You may think it is noble to punish yourself, but in truth, it is simply another chain. The Buddha's path invites you to drop that chain, not by denying responsibility, but by recognizing that carrying the weight forever helps no one. When you forgive yourself, you create space to act differently, to live with clarity rather than with a constant shadow of regret. The illusion of a fixed self also distorts the meaning of responsibility. To take responsibility does not mean identifying eternally as the one who failed. It means acknowledging the causes and conditions that led to your actions, learning from them, and choosing differently now. This is responsibility aligned with wisdom, not punishment. When you cling to guilt, you mistake responsibility for self-condemnation. But when you release the idea of a fixed self, you see that responsibility is dynamic. It is about responding skillfully in the present, not chaining yourself to the past. Many people believe that self-forgiveness is selfish, that it excuses harmful behavior. Yet the opposite is true. A person trapped in shame cannot fully serve others, cannot offer genuine compassion, cannot live with an open heart. Self-forgiveness is not indulgence. It is the soil from which true compassion grows. When you forgive yourself, you free the energy that was bound in guilt and redirect it toward growth and care for others. Without this release, you remain too entangled in your own suffering to be of full benefit to the world. The practice of self-forgiveness is also a practice of patience. Just as forgiveness toward others unfolds slowly, so too does forgiveness of yourself. Some days you may feel free, other days the old shame arises again. The practice is not to push it away, but to meet it with awareness. This is guilt. This is clinging. This is not who I am. Each moment of recognition loosens the illusion. Over time, the self you condemned becomes less solid, until it dissolves entirely into the stream of impermanence. The Buddha often taught about the river. You cannot step into the same river twice, because both you and the water are constantly changing. To understand yourself in this way is to see that the you who regrets is not the same you who acted in the past. The conditions have shifted, the water has flowed on. Clinging to guilt is like standing on the riverbank, insisting the water should have flowed differently. Forgiveness is stepping into the current and allowing life to move forward. Self-forgiveness also reveals the difference between regret and guilt. Regret is healthy. It acknowledges harm and seeks to learn. Guilt, when clung to, becomes destructive, chaining you to identity rather than freeing you for transformation. Regret says, I see the pain I caused and I will do better. Guilt says, I am the pain, I am broken, I cannot be redeemed. The former leads to growth, the latter to paralysis. The Buddha's teachings encourage regret without clinging, responsibility without self-punishment, compassion without illusion. Forgiveness of yourself also requires compassion for your own ignorance. Every mistake you made was shaped by conditions, lack of awareness, fear, craving, confusion. If you had known then what you know now, you would have acted differently. This is not an excuse but an acknowledgement of truth. Suffering arises from ignorance. When you see that clearly, you can hold your past self with the same compassion you might hold a child who did not understand. Forgiveness grows from this recognition that you, too, are worthy of the compassion you so easily give to others. To forgive yourself is also to free those around you. When you cling to guilt, you unconsciously demand others reassure you, comfort you, or bear the weight of your shame. You may push them away, fearing judgment, or cling to them desperately, seeking absolution. Self-forgiveness dissolves this burden. When you free yourself, you free your relationships. You meet others as they are, not through the filter of your unresolved shame. The illusion of a fixed self also affects how you see the future. If you believe the self is unchanging, you may think, I will always fail, I will always hurt others, I cannot grow. This hopelessness is itself a product of clinging. But when you see that the self is fluid, you recognize that change is always possible. Every breath offers a new beginning. Self-forgiveness aligns you with this truth. You are not doomed by the past. You are liberated by the possibility of the present. Meditation on self-forgiveness often begins with acknowledging the pain honestly. Denial will not bring release. You sit with the memory, feel the guilt, and recognize its weight. Then, instead of feeding it, you breathe with it. You remind yourself, this was a moment shaped by conditions. This was not a permanent identity. Slowly, the sharpness softens. Each breath releases a little of the weight until the memory no longer defines you. This is not forgetting, but transforming, turning a wound into wisdom. Another practice is metta, loving kindness directed inward. Many people find it easy to send kindness to friends, even to strangers, but difficult to send it to themselves. Yet self-forgiveness requires this very act. To sit quietly and repeat, may I be free from suffering, may I forgive myself, may I find peace, is to counter the inner voice of condemnation. Over time, these words shape the heart, reminding it of its own worthiness. Forgiveness grows not from force, but from gentle cultivation. The deepest level of self-forgiveness comes when you see directly that there is no permanent self to forgive. The one who made mistakes was a collection of conditions, already gone. The one who blames is another collection, already changing. When this is seen, forgiveness is no longer an act. It is the natural response to truth. Without a fixed self, there is no one to condemn, no one to carry guilt, only the flow of life learning from itself. In this recognition, the weight drops effortlessly. To live with self-forgiveness is to embody freedom. It does not mean you will never err again, but it means you will not carry errors as eternal chains. You meet each moment fresh, responsible but not shackled, aware but not self-punishing. This way of living transforms how you meet others as well, for when you forgive yourself, you naturally extend the same compassion outward. Your life becomes a mirror of the Buddha's teaching. To cling is suffering. To release is liberation. Forgiving yourself is not indulgence. It is not escape. It is not denial. It is alignment with the deepest truths of impermanence and non-self. It is the courage to release the illusion of permanence and step into the freedom of change. Mistakes belong to a self that no longer exists. Your true nature is not the error, not the guilt, but the awareness that learns and grows from it. This awareness is vast, unbroken, and free. When you rest in that, forgiveness is no longer a struggle. It is simply the natural unfolding of wisdom. When the heart begins to soften toward itself, and the weight of guilt is seen as belonging to a self that no longer exists, a deeper truth starts to unfold. If you can forgive yourself by seeing that the one who erred was only a temporary collection of conditions, then what does this mean for those you still hold responsible? The mind is quick to point a finger, to say, "This is the one who caused my pain." Yet the Dharma teaches that nothing arises alone. Every act, every harm, every mistake is born of countless conditions woven together. To understand this is to see the emptiness of blame. Blame feels simple. It offers clarity in the midst of pain. It says, "There is the villain, and here is the victim." But this simplicity is deceptive. Dependent origination shows us that nothing exists by itself, and no action comes from a single cause. The words that wounded you were not born in isolation. They were shaped by that person's upbringing, their fears, their own wounds, and the circumstances pressing on them in that moment. The conditions stretch back further than memory, parents, culture, history, even the fleeting emotions of that day. When seen through this lens, blame dissolves. There is no single person to condemn, only a web of causes unfolding. This does not mean harm is unreal or that pain is dismissed. It means that to hold one person solely at fault is to ignore the vast network of conditions that gave rise to their action. You may say they should have known better. But knowledge itself is a condition arising from what one has been taught or denied. You may say, they chose this, yet even choice is shaped by perception, which is conditioned by endless past experiences. The more deeply you look, the less you can find a single, isolated doer. The act exists, the pain exists, but the solidity of blame begins to fade. Seeing the emptiness of blame does not excuse cruelty. It transforms how you relate to it. Instead of pouring all your energy into condemnation, you open space for understanding. Understanding does not erase accountability, it deepens it. When you see that harm arises from conditions, you also see what conditions must be changed to prevent its repetition. Blame locks the story into good and evil. Understanding opens the possibility of transformation. When you cling to blame, you also cling to the illusion of a fixed self in the other. You freeze them in the moment of their worst act and deny them the capacity to change. This freezing harms you as well, for you bind yourself to an image that may no longer be real. To see dependent origination is to see fluidity. The one who harmed you yesterday is not identical to the one before you today. Clinging to blame traps both of you in the past. Letting it go allows both of you the chance to step into the present. Blame also narrows perception. When you label someone as the cause of your suffering, you filter every action through that lens. Even their kindness becomes suspect. Even their attempts at repair are dismissed. The mind interprets everything as confirmation of guilt. This is the karma of blame. It builds a cage around your vision, ensuring you see only what strengthens the story. Dependent origination cracks the bars of that cage. It reveals complexity where blame insists on simplicity. On a societal level, blame fuels cycles of conflict. One group harms another, the wounded group responds with anger, and the chain continues. Each side insists the other is fully responsible, ignoring the conditions that shaped both. Wars, feuds, and generational wounds thrive on this narrow view. To see the emptiness of blame is not to erase responsibility, but to recognize shared conditions. Healing becomes possible only when both sides stop asking, "Who is at fault?" and start asking, "What conditions gave rise to this, and how can we transform them?" Blame also attaches itself to identity in subtle ways. You may cling to the role of victim because it feels safe, because it gives clarity, because it explains your suffering. But identity as victim becomes another form of self-clinging. It repeats the pain endlessly, because to lose the role would mean to lose the story you have told about yourself. Dependent origination offers freedom here as well. It reveals that even victimhood is not fixed, that you are not bound to the role forever. The conditions that created suffering need not define who you are. In personal relationships, letting go of blame allows genuine connection to re-emerge. When you stop freezing another person as the villain, you can see the fuller picture of who they are: flawed, shaped by pain, but also capable of growth. Blame hardens the heart. Seeing dependent origination softens it. You may still choose distance if safety requires it, but the distance is not poisoned by hatred. It is clarity without the extra weight of bitterness. The emptiness of blame also reveals the futility of vengeance. When you believe one person is entirely at fault, retaliation seems natural. But if their actions arose from countless conditions, striking at them does not undo the causes. The conditions remain, and suffering continues. True transformation comes not from punishment alone, but from addressing the roots: ignorance, fear, greed, anger, delusion. The Buddha pointed always to causes and conditions, because only by shifting these does the cycle of suffering end. On the deepest level, the emptiness of blame aligns with the teaching of no self. Just as there is no permanent self in you, there is no permanent self in the one who harmed you. Their action arose from shifting aggregates, not from an eternal identity. To cling to blame is to insist on a fixed self where none exists. To release blame is to align with reality, as it is fluid, interdependent, empty of solidity. Forgiveness grows naturally in this soil. When you see that there is no single solid doer to hold forever responsible, your grip loosens. You still acknowledge the pain, you still protect yourself from harm, but the hatred fades. You begin to wish not for punishment, but for transformation, for yourself, for the other, for the world. This wish is compassion, born from wisdom. It is the natural fruit of seeing dependent origination clearly. The emptiness of blame is not a denial of justice, it is the refinement of justice. True justice is not simply punishing the actor, but transforming the conditions that gave rise to the act. This is why the Buddha emphasized the ending of causes, not the condemnation of individuals. To heal suffering, you must go deeper than blame. You must see the web of interdependence, the endless chain of conditions, and work skillfully to change them. In your own heart, letting go of blame brings immense peace. Anger may flare, memories may return, but when you remind yourself that nothing arises alone, the fire cools. You begin to see your own suffering not as something inflicted by a single hand, but as part of the great unfolding of causes. This perspective does not erase pain, but it dissolves the sharp edge of hatred. It turns the wound into wisdom. Blame thrives on the illusion of separation. It insists, "You are over there, the cause of my pain, and I am over here, the innocent victim." Dependent origination shatters this illusion. It shows that your life and theirs are intertwined, that both of you are part of a wider net of conditions. This recognition can feel humbling, even unsettling, but it is also profoundly freeing. It invites you to drop the finger-pointing and take up the work of transformation, not of punishing the other, but of shifting the whole web toward compassion and understanding. To live without blame is to live aligned with reality. It does not mean tolerating abuse. It does not mean ignoring harm. It means refusing to carry the extra weight of hatred on top of the pain already endured. It means seeing clearly that no one is ever fully at fault, that suffering is shared, and that freedom comes not from condemnation, but from wisdom. When the emptiness of blame is seen deeply, forgiveness ceases to be a struggle. It becomes the only response that makes sense in a world where everything arises together. When the illusion of blame begins to dissolve, what remains is a quiet and unsettling space. If no single person is fully at fault, then how do you respond to those who hurt you? The instinct of the wounded heart is to recoil, to hate, to build walls. Yet the Dharma invites us into something deeper, something that feels almost impossible at first: compassion for the aggressor. This is not weakness, nor is it denial. It is the radical recognition that those who harm are themselves suffering, and that their cruelty is often the echo of their own pain. To see the suffering of the one who caused your suffering requires extraordinary courage. Anger makes them appear powerful, malicious, even invincible. But when you look beneath their actions, you find fear, ignorance, insecurity, and despair. A harsh word is often rooted in someone's own lack of self-worth. Violence is often born from fear and helplessness. Betrayal is often the result of craving or confusion. These conditions are not excuses, but they reveal the truth. The aggressor is not a monster, but a being drowning in their own delusion. Compassion does not mean forgetting what they did, nor does it mean accepting further harm. It means refusing to dehumanize them. When you strip away the layers of hatred, you begin to see that the aggressor is trapped, just as you once were caught in cycles of craving, fear, and ignorance. Their aggression is not strength, it is their prison. To see this is to release hatred, for hatred feeds the illusion of separation. Compassion instead bridges the distance, showing that even the one who harms is bound by the same universal truth of suffering. When you begin to look at the one who harmed you through the lens of compassion, your inner landscape changes. Anger tightens the body, while compassion softens it. Hatred narrows the mind, while compassion opens it. This shift is not for them, it is for you. Carrying hatred poisons your peace. Offering compassion frees you from the constant fire. It transforms the wound from being the end of your story into being the beginning of wisdom. Buddhism teaches that all harmful actions are rooted in ignorance. Ignorance blinds people to their own suffering and the suffering they cause. An aggressor is one who does not see clearly, who acts from delusion. When you look at their actions in this light, you realize that hatred only adds another layer of ignorance. Compassion, however, opens the possibility of clarity. By refusing to mirror their aggression, you break the cycle that has enslaved them, and you protect your own heart from falling into the same blindness. Seeing the suffering of the aggressor also teaches humility. When you examine your own life, you can find moments where you, too, acted from fear, confusion, or pain. Perhaps your actions did not cause great harm, but the seeds were there. This recognition does not excuse the aggressor, but it softens your judgment. You see that the potential for harm exists in all beings. From this perspective, compassion arises naturally, not as indulgence, but as the only wise response. Compassion for the aggressor also shifts how you define strength. The world often teaches that strength is retaliation, that power is domination. But true strength is the ability to meet harm without becoming hateful. When you respond to aggression with compassion, you refuse to let the aggressor dictate the quality of your heart. They may wound your body or reputation, but they cannot corrupt your mind unless you allow hatred to take root. This is the strength of the Buddha, the strength of Kshanti, the strength of a heart that no cruelty can shatter. It is important to remember that compassion does not erase accountability. To see the suffering of the aggressor does not mean you deny justice. Rather, it allows you to pursue justice without hatred. Anger distorts judgment, but compassion clarifies it. When you see the aggressor as a being trapped in suffering, you no longer seek vengeance. You seek conditions that prevent further harm. Compassion makes justice wiser, more skillful, and ultimately more effective. One of the most powerful ways to cultivate compassion for the aggressor is through deep listening. When you hear their story, not to excuse them, but to understand, you begin to see the conditions that shaped their actions. Perhaps they were raised in violence. Perhaps they carry wounds invisible to others. Perhaps they never learned another way to respond to fear. This listening expands your perception, transforming the aggressor from a faceless enemy into a human being struggling against their own storms. Hatred thrives on ignorance, but compassion grows from understanding. In meditation, you can also practice sending loving kindness to those who harmed you. At first, the heart may resist, filled with anger and pain. But with patience, repeating phrases like, "May you be free from suffering, may you find peace," begins to soften the hard edges of hatred. This practice does not mean you approve of their actions. It means you refuse to carry hatred in your own heart. With each repetition, you are training your mind to see beneath the aggression to the suffering that gave rise to it. Compassion for the aggressor also protects you from bitterness. When you hold only anger, the wound grows deeper, shaping your future interactions with suspicion and hostility. But when you replace hatred with compassion, the wound becomes a teacher. You learn resilience, patience, and wisdom. The aggressor's action, though harmful, becomes the catalyst for your own growth. In this way, compassion transforms not only your relationship to the aggressor, but also your relationship to life itself. On a collective level, compassion for aggressors is the only path to breaking cycles of violence. History is filled with examples of retaliation, breeding retaliation, harm answered with harm. Compassion interrupts this chain. It recognizes that punishing aggressors without addressing their suffering only ensures the cycle continues. True healing comes when the roots of aggression, ignorance, fear, and pain are addressed. Compassion does not ignore these roots. It digs them out so that new seeds of peace can be planted. There is also a profound freedom in compassion. Hatred ties you to the aggressor, binding your life to theirs through constant bitterness. Compassion cuts the cord. You no longer carry them as an enemy in your heart. You release them into their own path, wishing for their healing not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. In this way, compassion liberates you from the endless replay of injury, giving you the freedom to live fully again. The Buddha himself embodied this teaching. Stories tell of him meeting aggressors, those who mocked or attacked him, with unshakable compassion. He saw not enemies, but beings trapped in suffering. This was not naive kindness, it was profound wisdom. He knew that hatred only multiplies suffering, but compassion has the power to end it. To walk in his footsteps is to recognize that every aggressor is also a being in pain, and that your response can either fuel their fire or help extinguish it. Compassion for the aggressor is not easy. It challenges every instinct of the wounded ego. Yet it is the doorway to transcendent peace. When you choose compassion over hatred, you step out of the cycle of suffering and align with the deepest truths of the Dharma. You see that aggression is never strength, that cruelty is never freedom, and that the only response that truly heals is compassion. This compassion is not softness, it is the strongest force in existence, the only one capable of transforming hate into love and suffering into wisdom. When compassion begins to bloom, even toward the one who harmed you, a new layer of forgiveness reveals itself. Not every wound can be spoken about. Not every relationship allows reconciliation. Sometimes the other person is unwilling to hear you. Sometimes they are no longer present in your life. And sometimes they have already left this world. If forgiveness required their participation, many hearts would remain chained forever. But the Dharma shows another path, silent forgiveness. A release so deep it does not need words, acknowledgement, or apology. It is forgiveness carried out in the secret chambers of the heart, where true freedom always begins. Silent forgiveness is often the most powerful because it is not dependent on anyone else. When you forgive quietly, you are not waiting for the aggressor to understand, to admit fault, or to change. You are not demanding reconciliation or recognition. You are simply letting go of the poison inside you. This inner release is self-sufficient. It says, "I choose peace, whether or not you meet me there." In this way, silent forgiveness is pure liberation, unshaken by external conditions. Many people cling to pain because they are waiting for the other person to say, "I'm sorry." Yet, in reality, apologies are rare, and even when they come, they may never feel complete. If you hinge your healing on another's acknowledgement, you give them control over your freedom. Silent forgiveness reclaims that power. It allows you to heal without waiting, to step into peace without permission. The aggressor's role ends where your choice begins. Practicing silent forgiveness begins with inner honesty. You do not deny the wound, nor do you pretend it does not matter. You acknowledge the pain fully. Then you recognize that carrying it longer only deepens your suffering. Silent forgiveness is the decision to stop watering the seeds of resentment. It is not a single dramatic act, but a quiet turning away from hatred each time it arises. Each time the memory comes, you breathe, you soften, and you release. Slowly, the grip loosens. One of the strengths of silent forgiveness is that it does not require interaction with the one who hurt you. For those who remain unsafe, toxic, or unwilling to change, this is essential. You do not need to expose yourself again. Forgiveness here is not about repairing the relationship. It is about repairing your own heart. You can close the door on their presence while opening the door to your own freedom. Silent forgiveness makes this possible. It is healing without danger, release without reopening the wound. Silent forgiveness also protects dignity. Sometimes speaking forgiveness aloud is met with rejection, denial, or mockery. The other person may refuse responsibility or dismiss your pain. In such cases, words can even deepen the wound. But forgiveness that lives silently within cannot be touched. No one can reject it, no one can twist it. It belongs fully to you, secure and invulnerable. This inner release also honors impermanence. Life is fleeting, and often we wait too long, hoping for closure that never comes. Silent forgiveness is not about waiting. It is about meeting each day without dragging yesterday's chains. By choosing release now, you honor the truth that the present is all that is guaranteed. To carry grudges into each new moment is to waste the only time you truly have. Silent forgiveness ends that waste. Silent forgiveness is also deeply connected to compassion. When you forgive inwardly, you are not declaring someone innocent or excusing their harm. You are acknowledging their suffering quietly, without needing to tell them. You recognize that their action was rooted in ignorance or pain, and instead of hardening around it, you soften. This does not need to be said aloud. Compassion is most powerful when it flows silently, requiring no audience, no reward, no recognition. Meditation offers a natural way to practice silent forgiveness. When the face of the one who harmed you appears in your mind, you may feel resistance, anger, sorrow. Instead of pushing these feelings away, you hold them in awareness. You breathe into the tension, and with each exhale, you let go of a little of the weight. You may silently repeat phrases of release. I let go of this pain. I forgive for my own peace. Over time, the charge of the memory weakens. This inner work transforms resentment into space. Silent forgiveness also dissolves the illusion of dependence. Often, people think they need others to validate their pain before they can release it. But the Buddha taught that freedom is always found within. You do not need anyone else's permission to forgive. Silent forgiveness is the living proof of this. It shows that the power to be free has always been yours, independent of apology, explanation, or reconciliation. This path also teaches humility. Sometimes words of forgiveness can carry subtle pride, a sense of superiority. I forgive you because I am above what you did. Silent forgiveness strips away this ego. When forgiveness happens in silence, it is only for the sake of release, not for recognition. It is humility in action, the pure act of setting yourself free without expecting anything in return. Silent forgiveness is especially valuable when the one who harmed you has passed away. Many people carry resentment toward the dead, replaying what cannot be changed. Waiting for closure in these cases is futile. Silent forgiveness becomes the only path. You release them quietly, not by receiving their apology, but by recognizing that holding anger against the dead only prolongs your own suffering. In this way, forgiveness honors life and death alike. On a deeper level, silent forgiveness is aligned with the teaching of emptiness. Words belong to the realm of form, but true forgiveness transcends form. It is not about saying or hearing the right things. It is about dissolving the grasping within your own mind. When you forgive silently, you embody emptiness. You see that nothing is fixed, not even the roles of victim and aggressor. All is fluid, all is interdependent, all is passing. Release arises naturally from this insight. Silent forgiveness also prevents forgiveness from becoming performance. In some cultures, people are pressured to forgive publicly, to make a show of reconciliation, even when the heart is not ready. This can create false healing, where the wound remains hidden under polite words. Silent forgiveness avoids this trap. It is authentic because it does not require display. It is between you and your own heart, invisible to others, but radiant within. Over time, silent forgiveness brings a sense of deep inner peace. There may never be reconciliation. The relationship may never be healed, yet your heart is no longer heavy. You walk lighter, speak softer, breathe freer. Silent forgiveness is not about changing the past, but about reclaiming the present. It is the quiet strength of a heart that no longer clings to pain. This kind of forgiveness also reveals that reconciliation is not always necessary for healing. Some people may never acknowledge the harm they caused. They may deny it forever. But your freedom does not depend on their honesty. Silent forgiveness bypasses their denial. It heals you directly, without needing their cooperation. This independence is a form of liberation that cannot be taken away. Ultimately, silent forgiveness is the highest expression of self-respect. It says, "I will not allow hatred to live in me, no matter what you did." It reclaims authority over your inner world. The aggressor may have taken something from your past, but silent forgiveness ensures they do not take your future. It is the ultimate act of reclaiming power, done quietly, without needing to announce it, because the peace itself is enough. Silent forgiveness is not silence born of repression. It is silence born of wisdom. It is the understanding that words are not always needed for release. The heart knows when it has let go, and in that knowing, freedom arrives quietly, invisibly, yet profoundly real. When forgiveness has been practiced silently, without demanding recognition or apology, the heart begins to sense something even greater. Letting go in silence shows that peace is possible even without reconciliation. But there is another layer of meaning hidden within this act. Forgiveness is not only about freeing yourself, it is also about giving something away. In Buddhist thought, generosity, or dana, is the first of the perfections, the foundation of all spiritual growth. To forgive is to give, to offer freedom not only to yourself, but to the one who harmed you. Forgiveness becomes an act of generosity, a gift that transcends words, a gift that requires no wrapping, only courage. When we think of generosity, we often think of material gifts, food, money, time. But the Dharma teaches that the highest form of giving is not always tangible. It is the giving of fearlessness, of kindness, of release. Forgiveness is this kind of gift. When you forgive, you offer the other person release from the prison of your judgment. You give them the chance to exist beyond the shadow of what they did. Whether or not they know it, whether or not they accept it, the generosity of forgiveness opens a door for them. In giving it, you also open a door for yourself. Forgiveness as generosity is radical because it goes against the instinct of the wounded ego. The natural impulse is to withhold, to punish, to keep the other chained by your anger. But in refusing to give forgiveness, you also refuse yourself peace. Generosity interrupts this cycle. To forgive is to give the one thing the ego resists giving: freedom. In that giving, the heart expands. Each act of forgiveness becomes an act of offering, an offering of space, of kindness, of life, unbound by the past. When you view forgiveness as a form of dana, it changes the meaning of justice. Justice is often imagined as repayment, as taking back what was lost. But generosity asks a different question: what can I give, even in the midst of pain? Forgiveness becomes the gift of ending the cycle of retaliation. You give not because the other deserves it, but because giving itself is liberation. In this sense, forgiveness is not weakness, but abundance, the abundance of a heart that can offer release even when wounded. Generosity also transforms the way you see the offender. Without forgiveness, you see only the debt they owe. With forgiveness, you see an opportunity to give. This does not mean erasing accountability or pretending nothing happened. It means shifting from a mindset of scarcity, where every harm must be repaid, to a mindset of abundance, where peace can be offered without losing anything. Forgiveness becomes the gift that multiplies itself. In giving peace, you find peace. There is also a profound humility in treating forgiveness as dana. When you forgive, you are not placing yourself above the other. You are not saying, "I am superior, so I will grant you this favor." Instead, you are practicing generosity as equals. You see that both of you are caught in conditions, both of you suffer, both of you are impermanent beings. Forgiveness becomes not an act of pride, but of shared humanity. It is generosity in its purest form, giving without expectation, without superiority, without attachment. Forgiveness as generosity also frees you from the economy of resentment. In resentment, every interaction feels like a debt ledger. You owe me for the pain you caused. You owe me an apology. You owe me repair. You owe me recognition. While justice has its place, living in this constant economy of owing and repayment is exhausting. Generosity breaks the ledger. Forgiveness says, "I no longer demand payment. I choose to give release." In doing so, you erase the debt, not by denying it, but by stepping outside the system altogether. That is the radical power of dana. It changes the entire framework in which suffering is measured. This form of generosity also affects the collective. In communities, cycles of harm often continue because no one is willing to give release. Each side clings to its grievances, demanding repayment. Forgiveness offered as generosity shifts the cycle. One act of release inspires another, softening hearts, changing the culture of interaction. What begins as one person's inner choice becomes a communal transformation. Forgiveness, practiced as dana, becomes a ripple that extends far beyond the individual. On a more intimate level, treating forgiveness as generosity nourishes your own heart. Every act of giving expands capacity. When you forgive, you train the mind to release rather than cling, to offer rather than hoard. This is why generosity is considered the foundation of Buddhist practice. It shapes the very structure of the heart. Forgiveness is not only for moments of great harm. Each time you forgive a small slight, you are practicing generosity, strengthening the muscles of release, preparing yourself for greater acts of letting go. Forgiveness also embodies the generosity of trust. When you forgive, you are giving the other person the chance to grow beyond their mistake. You may not reconcile, you may keep boundaries, but in your heart, you grant them the space to evolve. This is generosity at its highest level, not only giving what has been asked, but giving what may never be earned. This does not mean naivety. It means refusing to trap another being in the identity of their worst act. It is generosity of vision, the ability to see beyond the wound. Forgiveness as generosity also heals across time. Often, people pass down grudges, teaching children to hate those their ancestors hated. But when forgiveness is practiced as dana, it interrupts the transmission of bitterness. You give your descendants not a burden of anger, but a legacy of peace. In this sense, forgiveness is a gift across generations. It is an offering not only to the one who hurt you, but to everyone who might have inherited your pain. Meditation on generosity can deepen forgiveness. Sitting quietly, you reflect on the harm, and then you shift from the thought of what was taken from you to the thought of what you can give. You ask yourself, can I give peace instead of punishment? Can I give release instead of resentment? This is not denial of harm. It is generosity of spirit, a deliberate offering of freedom to yourself and to the other. With each breath, the gift is given anew. Forgiveness, as dana, also reveals that liberation is not one-sided. In giving forgiveness, you release yourself, but you also offer release to the other, even if they never know it. In your heart, they are no longer bound by your judgment. Whether they change or not, they are freed from the weight of being held perpetually as enemy. You give them back their humanity. You give yourself back your peace. Two beings are liberated by one act of giving. At its deepest, forgiveness as generosity reflects the ultimate teaching of non-attachment. To give is to release what you cling to. When you forgive, you are releasing your grip on anger, resentment, and the demand for repayment. You are offering that release as a gift. In doing so, you are embodying the perfection of dana, not just giving objects, but giving freedom itself. This is the most precious gift, the one that costs nothing, yet transforms everything. To live forgiveness as generosity is to see every harm as an opportunity to give, not to condone, not to deny, but to give release. In this giving, you align with the heart of the Dharma. You become not the one who clings, but the one who offers. Forgiveness becomes more than personal healing. It becomes the way you serve the world. It is generosity in its highest form, the giving of peace, the giving of freedom, the giving of a heart unbound. When forgiveness is understood as generosity, the heart expands into a new capacity to give. But generosity alone still asks for something more, a way to embody release not only in thought, but in the body itself. Resentment is not an idea that lives only in the mind. It anchors itself in the chest, in the breath, in the tightening of muscles, in the silent storms beneath the skin. Even after the mind decides to let go, the body often continues to carry the memory of pain. This is why the breath becomes the bridge, the living link between mind and body, thought and release. It is through mindful breathing that forgiveness moves from concept into lived reality. The breath is always here, steady, present, and loyal. It does not belong to the past or the future. It belongs only to now. When resentment rises, the breath shortens, the chest tightens, and the body signals the presence of unhealed pain. To notice the breath is to notice where forgiveness has not yet reached. The practice begins simply, returning attention to the rise and fall of air, softening with each inhale, releasing with each exhale. This is not escape, but transformation, because each conscious breath weakens the grip of anger lodged deep within. Forgiveness often fails to last because it remains only in the realm of thought. One decides to let go, but then the body continues to relive the injury. By anchoring forgiveness in the breath, the body is invited into the process. Every inhalation brings awareness into the tight spaces where resentment hides. Every exhalation invites those knots to loosen. With steady practice, the body begins to remember what peace feels like. Forgiveness ceases to be an abstract decision and becomes a physical reality. Breath is also impartial. It does not discriminate between joy and pain, between love and hate. It simply flows. To rest attention on the breath during moments of resentment is to rest in a reality that is larger than your anger. The breath continues, even when the story in your head screams loudly. Each time you return to it, you remind yourself that life is more than the injury, more than the grudge. The continuity of breath teaches you that no feeling is permanent. Anger comes and goes, but the breath remains, offering constant proof of impermanence. When resentment is strong, it often feels like a storm in the chest. The heart beats faster, the breath grows shallow. In those moments, the practice is not to argue with the mind, but to befriend the breath. Breathing deeply, slowly, with awareness, interrupts the storm. It anchors you in something steady while the anger loses intensity. With each mindful breath, the fire weakens. Forgiveness begins here, not in words, not in stories, but in the gentle rhythm of air entering and leaving the body. The breath also carries symbolic meaning in Buddhist practice. Inhaling represents receiving life, exhaling represents letting go. To breathe consciously is to enact forgiveness physically, receiving the present moment, letting go of what no longer serves. Every breath becomes a ritual of release. You do not need a grand ceremony. Your own lungs are the altar, your breath the offering. Resentment that has lived in your muscles for years can begin to dissolve with this simple act, repeated countless times each day. This practice also teaches patience. Forgiveness does not come in a single moment. It is cultivated breath by breath. Some days, the resentment feels heavy and the breath struggles against it. Other days, the release feels natural. The breath teaches you to remain steady in both. By returning again and again, you practice endurance, reminding yourself that healing is not linear, but rhythmic, like breathing itself. Forgiveness through the breath is also a form of embodied compassion. As you breathe with awareness, you notice where the body carries pain, tightness in the shoulders, heaviness in the heart, restlessness in the stomach. Instead of resisting these sensations, you soften into them, offering kindness to your own body. This act of self-compassion becomes the foundation for forgiving others. By learning to hold your own pain with tenderness, you naturally extend the same to those who caused it. Breath also interrupts the narratives that sustain resentment. The mind clings to stories, what they did, how they wronged you, why it was unfair. But when you focus on the breath, the story pauses. You return to something simple, real, unadorned. Each pause weakens the grip of narrative, reminding you that the story is not the whole of your existence. The breath gives you space between thought and reaction, space wide enough for forgiveness to grow. Mindful breathing also aligns with the teaching of non-self. The breath does not belong to me or them. It flows in and out without ownership. When you rest in the breath, the boundaries between self and other soften. The anger you held as mine becomes less solid. Forgiveness arises naturally in this space where separation loses its sharpness. Breathing together in a sangha, or even silently in solitude, reveals the truth of interbeing. We share the same air. We are sustained by the same rhythm. How then can hatred truly last? In moments of conflict, the breath can serve as a direct tool of transformation. Before responding to harsh words, one conscious breath can change the entire outcome. In that breath, you prevent yourself from speaking words you cannot take back. In that pause, you give yourself time to remember compassion. This is forgiveness in action, not delayed to the future but practiced in real time, breath by breath. The breath also connects you to the vast lineage of practice. For centuries, monks, nuns, and lay practitioners have used mindful breathing as a path to liberation. When you breathe consciously, you join this timeless stream. The same breath that calmed ancient practitioners calms you now. This continuity offers strength, reminding you that forgiveness through the breath is not a private act, but part of a universal practice that has carried countless beings to freedom. Silent forgiveness, generosity, compassion, all of these need embodiment, or else they remain fragile. The breath anchors them, makes them real. Forgiveness ceases to be a distant ideal and becomes a lived practice, available with every inhale and exhale. No ritual is more accessible, no tool more immediate. You carry it with you always. The only question is whether you choose to use it. By treating the breath as a bridge, you invite forgiveness into every corner of your being. Anger dissolves not because the past is erased, but because your present no longer carries it in body and mind. Forgiveness becomes as natural as breathing. The rhythm of release is written into your very existence. Each breath is proof that letting go is possible, that renewal is constant, that peace is always one inhale and one exhale away. When forgiveness is anchored in the breath, the body learns to loosen its grip on resentment. Each inhale invites awareness, each exhale teaches release. Yet, even with the calming rhythm of breath, betrayal can feel like a wound carved so deeply that it refuses to heal. The mind insists it is permanent, that the pain will last forever. But the Dharma points to a truth more powerful than any wound: impermanence. Nothing stays the same, not anger, not sorrow, not even the memory of betrayal. To see this clearly is to discover that time itself is a healer, that change is woven into the very fabric of existence, and that even the sharpest pain will soften when viewed through the lens of impermanence. Betrayal cuts differently from other forms of suffering because it comes from the collapse of trust. A friend, a partner, or a family member who was once a source of safety becomes the source of pain. The shock freezes the heart. But the freezing is an illusion. Beneath it, change is already unfolding. The feelings shift, the circumstances evolve. Even the person who betrayed you is not the same being from moment to moment. Impermanence reveals that betrayal is not a fixed monument, but a passing storm. To cling to betrayal is to fight against this truth. The mind replays the moment endlessly, solidifying it as though it were unchangeable. But in reality, the memory itself is different each time it arises. You never remember the same way twice. Sometimes the anger dominates, sometimes the sadness, sometimes the longing. Impermanence works even in the act of remembering. Recognizing this weakens the illusion of permanence and allows the first cracks of release to appear. Impermanence also teaches that your own heart is not fixed. When you first experience betrayal, it feels impossible to forgive. Yet weeks, months, or years later, the intensity fades. The same heart that once felt broken begins to feel whole again, often without your forcing it. This is the gift of impermanence. Even the most unbearable feelings are temporary. To rest in this truth is to stop clinging to despair. You begin to trust that pain is not endless, that healing is not only possible, but inevitable when you allow change to happen. Betrayal often gives rise to identity. I am the one who was deceived. This identity can become heavy, shaping your life long after the event. But impermanence reveals that even this identity is unstable. The self you are today is not the self who was betrayed. Your thoughts, your body, your understanding have already changed. To hold on to betrayal as identity is to deny your own transformation. When you embrace impermanence, you allow yourself to evolve beyond the role of victim and step into the freedom of becoming. The teaching of impermanence also brings compassion into betrayal. The one who harmed you is also changing. They are not the same as they were at the moment of the betrayal. Their ignorance may soften, their heart may shift, or their suffering may deepen. To see them as permanently cruel is to cling to illusion. This does not mean you must reconcile, but it does mean you no longer freeze them in time. Recognizing impermanence allows you to hold the possibility of their change, which is itself an act of compassion. Impermanence also shows that even the bond broken by betrayal is not entirely destroyed. Trust may not return in the same form, but the relationship itself changes shape. Sometimes betrayal ends a relationship, but sometimes it transforms it into something deeper. Pain, when acknowledged, can lead to greater honesty, clearer boundaries, or new understanding. This, too, is impermanence at work, the ability of life to reshape itself out of rupture. When you meditate on impermanence, betrayal becomes less suffocating. You sit with the pain and watch it shift. The heaviness in the chest becomes a burning in the throat. then a tightness in the stomach, then perhaps a soft sadness. By watching closely, you see directly that the pain does not remain the same. This insight cuts through the illusion of permanence. It shows you that the wound is not fixed, but alive, and because it is alive, it can also heal. Impermanence also interrupts the craving for certainty. Betrayal often leaves you longing for explanations, for guarantees that it will never happen again. But certainty is an illusion. To rest in impermanence is to accept that all relationships, all feelings, all bonds are fragile and shifting. This acceptance does not lead to despair, it leads to freedom. You no longer demand impossible guarantees. You learn to meet life as it is, fluid, uncertain, ever-changing. Forgiveness grows naturally in this space because you stop fighting against the truth of change. Impermanence transforms betrayal into a teacher of compassion. By experiencing your own pain, you begin to understand the pain of others. Just as your suffering is temporary, so too is theirs. The anger that drove them, the ignorance that blinded them, these too are impermanent. This recognition softens the heart. You begin to see that betrayal is not a permanent state of being, but a temporary action arising from conditions. To forgive is to align with this reality. Impermanence also reshapes your relationship with time. At first, betrayal feels like a wound that defines your entire life. But as months pass, the perspective shifts. What once felt all-consuming becomes one chapter in a larger story. The distance of time is impermanence revealed. Every day carries you further from the intensity of the wound. If you cling to resentment, you freeze yourself in that chapter. If you accept impermanence, you allow the story to continue. On a deeper level, impermanence reveals that even betrayal itself is not a fixed thing. It is not an object you can hold. It is a process. Words spoken, actions taken, emotions felt, memories recalled. Each of these arises and passes. There is no single solid entity called betrayal. When you see this, your grip loosens. Forgiveness becomes possible because there is nothing fixed to cling to. The betrayal dissolves into a series of changing events, and the suffering dissolves with it. Impermanence also teaches resilience. You may think betrayal has broken you, but impermanence shows that you continue to change, to adapt, to grow. Each day you are different. Each breath reshapes you. Betrayal is not the end of your story. It is one moment in the unfolding of your becoming. To trust impermanence is to trust your own capacity to rise again. In this way, betrayal itself becomes a teacher of the Dharma. It reveals how clinging creates suffering and how impermanence offers release. By recognizing that pain changes, that people change, that even the memory changes, you free yourself from the illusion of permanence. Forgiveness is no longer forced. It arises naturally as the only response that makes sense in a world where everything is in motion. To heal betrayal is to rest in impermanence. The wound that once felt eternal becomes another passing moment. The identity of victim dissolves, the aggressor's role softens, the pain itself shifts into wisdom. You do not erase what happened, but you allow it to transform. Impermanence guarantees that nothing lasts, not even the deepest hurt. And in this truth lies the greatest freedom. Every betrayal can become the ground for forgiveness, because every wound is destined to change and pass. When impermanence is seen clearly, betrayal loses its power to define you. The wound no longer feels eternal. The role of victim begins to dissolve, and the pain itself reveals its changing nature. But while impermanence soothes the heart with the truth that nothing lasts, there is still another layer to face the raw fire of anger. Betrayal, loss, and injury often leave behind a heat that lingers in the chest. a restless energy that refuses to disappear on its own. Suppressing this fire only burns inward, and releasing it blindly burns outward. The path of forgiveness offers another way: to transform anger into wisdom, to channel its heat into clarity, its intensity into courage, its power into a force that protects rather than destroys. Anger feels overwhelming because it carries energy. This energy is not evil in itself. It is movement, force, vitality. What turns it into suffering is how the mind reacts to it. When clung to, anger becomes hatred, retaliation, or bitterness. When denied, it hardens into shame, depression, or numbness. But when met with awareness, the same energy can be redirected. The fire that once consumed peace can instead illuminate truth. Forgiveness is the alchemy that performs this transformation. The first step is to acknowledge anger without judgment. Many people believe anger must be eradicated or hidden, but denial only strengthens it. The Buddha taught that emotions, like all phenomena, arise from conditions and pass when those conditions change. Anger is no different. To acknowledge it mindfully is to begin to loosen its hold. When you breathe into the fire, you give it space to settle. That space is the doorway through which anger begins to shift from blind reaction into awakened energy. Forgiveness channels anger by refusing to let it choose your actions. Instead of letting the fire dictate harmful words or violent deeds, forgiveness allows you to pause, breathe, and see. In that pause, clarity arises. The anger reveals itself as a signal, a sign that something mattered deeply, that a value was violated, that care was wounded. By seeing this clearly, you no longer confuse anger with hatred. You begin to see it as information, a guide pointing you toward what needs attention. Forgiveness provides the container so that anger's energy becomes insight rather than destruction. When anger is met with awareness, it sharpens perception. The mind becomes alert, focused, alive. In unskillful states, this sharpness cuts blindly, but with forgiveness, it becomes the sword of wisdom, cutting through illusion, cutting through stories, cutting through the fog of delusion. You begin to see not only the pain caused, but also the conditions that gave rise to it. Anger, transformed, becomes the very clarity that reveals dependent origination, the web of causes, the ignorance, the fear that fueled harmful actions. This clarity is wisdom born from fire. Courage also arises from this transformation. Anger carries force, and when redirected through forgiveness, that force becomes strength to act skillfully. Instead of collapsing into passivity or exploding into retaliation, you stand firm with compassion. Forgiveness does not make you weak, it makes you fearless. You see clearly that hatred cannot protect you, but wisdom can. You act not from the chaos of reaction, but from the steadiness of understanding. This courage is not loud or violent. It is the unshakable presence of one who refuses to be ruled by fire. Transforming anger into wisdom also reveals the difference between reaction and response. A reaction is immediate, fueled by emotion, often harmful. A response arises after awareness has been applied, shaped by clarity and compassion. Forgiveness provides the ground for response. When you forgive, you do not deny anger. You hold it long enough for it to ripen into wisdom. Then you act, not to perpetuate harm, but to protect peace. In this way, anger becomes not an enemy, but a teacher, guiding you toward deeper understanding. This transformation also shows in the body. When anger is suppressed, the body tightens, the jaw clenches, the stomach knots. When it is expressed violently, the body surges with tension and fatigue. But when it is met with mindful forgiveness, the body softens, The breath deepens, the muscles relax, and the fire shifts into warmth. This warmth is the energy of vitality, the same energy that can fuel compassion, creativity, and courage. Forgiveness unlocks this potential, turning what once harmed into what now heals. Anger transformed also deepens empathy. When you reflect on your own moments of unskillful anger, you see how it arose from your own suffering, confusion, or fear. This recognition allows you to extend the same understanding toward others. The fire that once fueled hatred now fuels compassion, because you recognize that the one who harmed you acted from the same blind energy you once carried. Forgiveness opens this perspective, allowing anger to dissolve into empathy rather than vengeance. At times, anger feels righteous. It tells you that you are justified, that retaliation is deserved. But forgiveness reveals that righteousness is another form of clinging, another fire that burns the one who holds it. By transforming anger into wisdom, you move beyond righteousness into truth. You see that while the pain was real, perpetuating anger only deepens suffering. The wisdom energy of forgiveness says, "I will act from clarity, not from the intoxication of righteousness." This shift preserves dignity while ending the cycle of harm. This transformation also carries practical benefits for community. In conflicts, anger spreads quickly. One harsh word breeds another. One act of aggression invites retaliation. But when one person practices forgiveness and transforms their anger, the chain is broken. Instead of spreading fire, they spread clarity. This shift influences others, calming the storm and allowing space for understanding. In this way, anger transformed into wisdom not only liberates the individual, but also heals the collective. Meditation can be used to practice this alchemy directly. Sitting with the sensation of anger, you focus on the breath, you name the feeling, and you allow it to arise fully without acting on it. Then you turn your awareness toward forgiveness, silently offering release. Over time, you begin to feel the fire shift. Heat becomes energy. Energy becomes clarity. What once felt unbearable becomes a source of strength. This practice trains the mind to meet anger not with fear, but with skill. Ultimately, forgiveness reveals that anger is not your enemy, but a messenger. It tells you what matters. It shows you where your heart is tender. It points to values you hold deeply. Left unexamined, it destroys. Met with forgiveness, it teaches. The wisdom born from anger is sharper than indifference and stronger than denial. It becomes the courage to act with compassion, the clarity to see causes, the strength to endure without hatred. Forgiveness is the channel that allows this transformation. Without it, anger hardens into hatred or sinks into despair. With it, anger becomes wisdom, energy, fierce yet compassionate, strong yet gentle, powerful yet free of harm. This is the fire of awakening. The energy that once consumed you now illuminates the path. In this way, forgiveness is not the extinguishing of anger, but its transformation into the light of wisdom, a light that cannot be dimmed by betrayal, injury, or loss. When anger has been transformed into wisdom energy, its fire no longer consumes you, but instead lights the path ahead. Yet even with this clarity, another danger often arises: the temptation to swing to extremes. On one side lies vengeance, the urge to strike back and use pain as a weapon. On the other side lies suppression, the attempt to bury hurt so deeply that it festers unseen. Neither path brings peace. Vengeance keeps the wound open through retaliation, while suppression poisons the heart through denial. The Dharma offers another way, the middle way, where pain is acknowledged fully, yet not weaponized, where suffering is seen clearly without being allowed to rule, The middle way is not balance in the shallow sense of compromise. It is wisdom in action, the understanding that extremes create suffering. When you move toward vengeance, you believe justice is found in punishment, but in reality, vengeance multiplies the very harm you seek to end. It may offer brief satisfaction, but the cycle of retaliation ensures that peace never arrives. On the other side, suppression appears noble, swallowing your pain, so others are not disturbed, but it robs you of honesty, leaving your heart heavy with what has been denied. The middle way steps between these illusions. It says, acknowledge the wound, feel the grief, allow the anger, but do not let them harden into weapons or chains. Walking this path requires courage. Vengeance often feels powerful, suppression often feels safe. But the middle way is neither the intoxication of power nor the false security of avoidance. It is the strength to remain present with suffering without being controlled by it. To acknowledge pain without feeding hatred is a radical act. It means saying, I see what happened, I feel the weight of it, but I will not let it dictate my life. This is not weakness, it is mastery of the heart. The middle way is also deeply practical. When betrayal or harm occurs, responding with vengeance rarely solves the problem. It often creates new ones. Families fracture, communities divide, inner peace evaporates. Suppression is equally destructive, as the denied pain leaks out in other ways through irritability, illness, or despair. Only by walking between these extremes can you find genuine healing. The middle way does not deny justice, but it refuses to confuse justice with revenge. It does not avoid pain, but it refuses to confuse silence with peace. Practicing the middle way begins with mindfulness. You notice the desire to retaliate, the fantasy of seeing the other suffer. Instead of acting on it, you hold it gently in awareness. You breathe, you name it. This is the wish for vengeance. By recognizing it, you weaken its control. At the same time, you notice the urge to suppress, the impulse to say, it doesn't matter, or I'm fine. You recognize this too, and you resist the temptation to bury it. Awareness becomes the ground where both extremes are seen, acknowledged, and released. The middle way also requires compassion for yourself. Suppression often arises from shame, from the belief that feeling pain is weakness, but to allow yourself to feel is to honor your humanity. The Buddha never taught the erasure of feeling, but the wise holding of it. To sit with grief or anger without drowning in it is to walk the middle way. You give yourself permission to hurt, but you also give yourself permission to heal. Both are necessary steps toward peace. This approach also transforms how you relate to the one who harmed you. Vengeance traps you in their orbit, tying your life to theirs through retaliation. Suppression traps you in silence, tying your life to theirs through avoidance. The middle way frees you from both. You recognize their actions without excusing them. You acknowledge your hurt without magnifying it. You establish boundaries without hatred. In this way, you reclaim your power not through force or denial, but through clarity. The middle way further teaches that extremes are rooted in craving. Vengeance is craving for control, for repayment. Suppression is craving for avoidance, for escape. Both are forms of clinging. By walking between them, you let go of craving itself. You no longer demand that the past be undone or forgotten. You allow it to be what it was while choosing not to carry its poison forward. This letting go is not passive. It is an active decision to stop feeding the extremes that keep suffering alive. Forgiveness arises naturally on this path. Not forgiveness as forced kindness, but as the natural result of refusing both retaliation and denial. When you do not retaliate, hatred loses its fuel. When you do not suppress, The wound receives air and begins to heal. Forgiveness grows in the open space between. It becomes not a moral duty, but a consequence of walking wisely. The middle way is not easy. It demands vigilance, because the pull of extremes is strong. Anger insists that vengeance is strength. Fear whispers that suppression is safety. But with practice, you learn to rest in the discomfort of the middle. You learn that true strength is restraint, and true safety is honesty. Over time, the heart grows steady, no longer tossed back and forth between fire and ice. It learns to rest in balance, to breathe in peace even when pain lingers. On a deeper level, the middle way reflects the very essence of Buddhist practice. The Buddha discovered liberation not in indulgence or self-denial, but in walking between. The same truth applies here. Freedom from the wounds of betrayal and harm comes not from punishing or burying, but from holding pain with wisdom. The middle way is forgiveness in motion, compassion embodied, peace lived. To walk this path is to say, I will not let pain turn me into a mirror of harm. I will not pretend it never touched me. I will stand in the center, fully present, open-eyed, open-hearted. From here, forgiveness is no longer forced. It arises as the only possible response to a life lived between extremes, a life lived in balance, a life aligned with truth. When the heart learns to walk the middle way, neither striking back in vengeance nor burying pain in silence, a deeper freedom begins to emerge. Yet even with this balance, many still feel a heaviness they cannot explain, as though certain wounds or patterns return again and again, no matter how much work is done in this lifetime. Buddhism speaks to this mystery through its vision of rebirth and karmic continuity. Some resentments are not only from this life, but threads carried across lifetimes, knots of unfinished stories that resurface until they are released. Forgiveness in this light becomes something vast. It is no longer just about healing one moment of betrayal, but about untying karmic knots woven over countless lives. In Buddhist cosmology, every thought, word, and action leaves an imprint. These imprints do not disappear with death, but ripple forward, shaping future existence. Anger carried unresolved becomes a seed that waits for conditions to sprout. Grudges left unhealed find their way into new lives, drawing beings together again and again until resolution is found. This is why certain relationships feel inexplicably heavy or strangely intense, as though the pain is larger than the present. Forgiveness, then, is not only about setting yourself free in this life, it is about breaking chains that could bind you in lifetimes to come. When you forgive across lifetimes, you interrupt cycles of return. The one you hate today may appear again in another form tomorrow, drawn to you by karmic ties. Hatred ensures reunion. Compassion and forgiveness dissolve it. To let go is to cut the cord that would otherwise drag you both into endless repetition. This is why forgiveness is seen as a path not only to peace now, but to liberation itself. It is the unraveling of karma at its roots. Viewing forgiveness in this way transforms your perspective on those who hurt you. Instead of asking, "Why did this person do this to me?" you may begin to ask, "What karmic thread connects us? What unresolved story is being replayed?" This does not mean excusing harm. It means recognizing that the relationship may be older and deeper than you know. Forgiveness in this sense is not just kindness, it is wisdom, an acknowledgement that holding on to anger only guarantees that the story will continue. The teaching of rebirth also expands compassion. If you see that the one who harmed you has been, in another life, your parent, your child, your sibling, your friend, your beloved, then hatred softens. In the endless cycle of samsara, every being has been connected to you in countless ways. The enemy of today may once have saved your life. The aggressor of this life may once have nurtured you with tenderness. To forgive across lifetimes is to remember this vast web of interconnection. It is to say, I will not freeze you in one role. I will release the anger so that we both may be free. Forgiveness across lifetimes also reveals the depth of karmic knots. Sometimes the intensity of anger feels disproportionate to the harm. A small slight triggers overwhelming rage. This may point to unresolved karmic ties. Forgiveness becomes the tool to loosen these threads, even without fully understanding their origin. The act of letting go does not require memory of past lives. It requires trust that release always lightens the karmic load, whether from this lifetime or many before. This perspective also teaches patience. If karmic knots have been woven over lifetimes, they may not unravel instantly. Forgiveness becomes a long practice, an unfolding across years. Each moment of release weakens the knot. Each act of compassion loosens the thread. Over time, the binding dissolves. In this way, forgiveness is not only an act, but a path, a continual commitment to ending cycles of harm that may stretch far beyond what you can see. Forgiving across lifetimes also shifts how you view justice. In ordinary thinking, justice is repayment within one lifetime. But from the Buddhist view, justice is karmic actions bear fruit across lifetimes. Clinging to vengeance in this life only adds more karmic weight. Forgiveness lightens it. True justice is not found in retaliation but in release, because only release ends the cycle of return. This is justice aligned with liberation, not with punishment. In practice, forgiveness across lifetimes can be cultivated through meditation and ritual. One method is to visualize the person who hurt you, acknowledging the pain, and then silently releasing them with compassion. You can extend this visualization beyond the present life, saying inwardly, "Whatever karmic knots bind us, may they be released. May you be free, may I be free." With time, this practice changes the texture of your heart. The heaviness lightens, the patterns loosen, and the cycle begins to break. Another method is the practice of metta, or loving kindness, directed not only to those you know now but to all beings across time. When you repeat, "May all beings be free from suffering," you are including not only those alive today, but those connected to you through countless lives. This universal compassion is itself forgiveness, dissolving the boundaries of this lifetime and opening into the vastness of samsara. The cosmology of rebirth also reveals that self-forgiveness is part of this process. The mistakes you cannot let go of may follow you if not released. To forgive yourself is to stop carrying the weight into future lives. It is to say, "I will learn from this and release it now, so that I do not meet it again later." Forgiving yourself is generosity across lifetimes, a gift to your own future existence. Forgiveness across lifetimes also brings humility. You may be the victim in this life, but in another life you may have been the aggressor. The roles shift endlessly in samsara. To forgive is to recognize this truth, to see that clinging to anger is clinging to a story that could just as easily have been reversed. This humility dissolves self-righteousness. It invites compassion not only for others, but for the great cycle itself. The ultimate lesson of forgiving across lifetimes is liberation. The Buddha taught that samsara continues as long as craving and clinging continue. Hatred and resentment are powerful forms of clinging. To forgive is to cut the bonds, not only with the person in front of you, but with the cycles that pull you both into endless return. Forgiveness here is not small, it is cosmic. It is the breaking of chains that may stretch across centuries, the opening of the heart to a freedom that is timeless. In this way, forgiveness is both immediate and vast. It heals the wound of today, and it unravels the threads of yesterday. It frees the self, you know, and it frees the countless selves you have been. It is the practice of compassion at the widest scale, a generosity that extends beyond this life into lives unseen. To forgive across lifetimes is to align with the deepest truth of the Dharma, that all things are impermanent, all beings are interconnected, and liberation comes when you finally let go. When forgiveness is seen across lifetimes, the act takes on a cosmic weight. It is no longer just about softening the heart in this moment, but about ending karmic ties that might otherwise bind you again and again. To forgive becomes an act of liberation that reaches beyond what the eye can see. But even with this vast perspective, many people hesitate. They fear that forgiving means losing power, that letting go makes them weak, that to release anger is to surrender dignity. This is one of the greatest illusions surrounding forgiveness. The Dharma teaches the opposite. Forgiveness is not weakness at all. It is one of the purest expressions of courage. Courage is not the absence of fear or pain. Courage is the willingness to face fear and pain without being controlled by them. When you forgive, you are not pretending the wound never happened. You are not excusing betrayal or denying injustice. You are standing face to face with your suffering, acknowledging it fully, and still choosing not to let it rule you. This choice requires a strength far greater than retaliation, because retaliation is easy. Anyone can strike back. But to forgive when the heart burns for revenge, to release when clinging feels safer, this is true bravery. Forgiveness as courage begins with honesty. It takes courage to admit that you were hurt, that anger and grief still live within you. Suppression is easy, acknowledgement is harder. By naming your pain, you step into vulnerability, and vulnerability is itself a form of strength. The fragile ego avoids such openness, but a courageous heart is willing to face the truth. Forgiveness grows from this honesty, because you cannot release what you refuse to see. It also takes courage to resist the pull of vengeance. The world often glorifies retaliation, praising those who stand up for themselves by striking back. But vengeance is not strength. It is submission to anger. The courage of forgiveness lies in refusing to let rage dictate your path. You hold your ground, not by harming, but by staying free from the chains of hatred. You reclaim control of your own mind, rather than handing it over to your anger or your aggressor. This mastery is inner power, the kind that cannot be shaken by external events. Forgiveness as courage also means facing uncertainty. To forgive is to step into the unknown, because you release the identity of victim and the familiar fuel of anger. Without these, who are you? The mind resists, fearing emptiness. But courage says, I am willing to step into that emptiness, to discover a freedom larger than my fear. Only a brave heart can risk letting go of what feels safe, even when what feels safe is suffering. Courage is also required because forgiveness asks you to go against cultural conditioning. In many societies, forgiveness is seen as weakness, while aggression is seen as strength. To forgive is to swim against this current, to embody a power that is misunderstood by the world. It takes courage to be misjudged, to let others think you are weak, while knowing inside that you are free. This courage is quiet, but it is unshakable. Forgiveness as strength also shows itself in the willingness to carry responsibility. When you forgive, you stop waiting for the other person to repair what was broken. You take responsibility for your own heart, for your own peace. This is not about carrying blame that is not yours. It is about choosing to stop outsourcing your freedom. Courage means saying, my healing is my own, and I will not wait for someone else to give me permission to move on. Forgiveness also requires courage because it is often misunderstood as reconciliation. People may pressure you to reunite with those who harmed you or accuse you of being bitter if you do not. True forgiveness does not always mean reconciliation. It means release. It is courageous to hold this boundary, to forgive in your heart while still protecting yourself from further harm. This balanced, open heart, firm boundary requires clarity and bravery in equal measure. In Buddhism, courage is not loud. It is not the roar of retaliation, but the steady presence of one who cannot be shaken. Forgiveness embodies this courage. When you forgive, you may not shout, but you shine. You become untouchable by hatred, not because you avoided pain, but because you transformed it. The aggressor may have wounded your body or your trust, but forgiveness prevents them from wounding your spirit. That protection is the strongest shield you can carry. Forgiveness as courage is also an act of love, not sentimental love, but fierce love, the love that refuses to perpetuate cycles of harm. It is love that says, "I will not pass this poison to others. I will not let your action define the quality of my heart." This fierce love requires immense bravery because it asks you to put compassion where pain once lived. Only the courageous can love in this way. The courage of forgiveness also reveals itself in patience. Forgiveness does not happen instantly. It unfolds slowly, sometimes painfully, as anger resurfaces and must be released again and again. To stay committed to this process requires endurance. Courage is not about speed, it is about persistence. Each time you return to the practice of letting go, you exercise the courage of patience. Over time, this persistence shapes the heart into a vessel that can hold both suffering and compassion without breaking. On a deeper level, forgiveness as courage means facing impermanence head-on. The ego clings to anger as a way of holding on to what was lost. It says, "If I keep this wound alive, I will never forget." But impermanence teaches that nothing can be held forever. To forgive is to accept this truth, to release your grip on what cannot be kept. This surrender is not weakness. It is courage, the courage to face reality without illusions, to walk into the flow of impermanence with open eyes and open hands. Forgiveness also takes courage because it confronts the illusion of self. To forgive, you must let go of the story of I who was wronged. This story can feel like identity itself, and releasing it feels like losing yourself. But the Dharma shows that this self is already an illusion, a collection of conditions. Forgiveness requires the courage to step beyond this illusion, to live without the armor of victimhood, to embrace a self that is not defined by wounds. This is perhaps the greatest bravery of all. In communities, forgiveness as courage breaks cycles that could last generations. It takes one brave heart to say, "The harm stops here. I will not continue it." This act protects not only yourself, but everyone who would have been touched by your resentment. Courage here is not about personal pride, but about service. It is the courage to free the future from the weight of the past. Ultimately, forgiveness as an act of courage is the embodiment of liberation. It is the moment you refuse to be controlled by what harmed you. It is the strength to stand unshaken in the face of betrayal, to carry love where hatred once lived, to walk forward without chains. It is the quiet but unbreakable power of the heart that chooses freedom over bitterness, clarity over confusion, compassion over vengeance. Forgiveness is not surrender. It is the purest expression of courage, the kind that cannot be taken away, the kind that sets you free. When forgiveness is recognized as an act of courage rather than weakness, the heart begins to stand with quiet strength. It no longer needs to fight, and it no longer needs to hide. But courage alone is not the end of the path. It is also the beginning of a deeper practice. Forgiveness does not always arrive through grand gestures or dramatic decisions. Sometimes it comes in the simplest yet most profound of acts: listening. The act of truly hearing another, without judgment or interruption, has the power to soften hearts more effectively than arguments or demands ever could. Listening, in this way, becomes forgiveness in action. Deep listening requires the same bravery as forgiveness itself, because it asks you to put aside the shield of defensiveness and the sword of accusation. It is far easier to speak than to listen, far easier to defend your own story than to hear the others. Yet, when you choose to listen with openness, you begin to create a space where both suffering and humanity can be acknowledged. This space is where healing begins. To listen non-judgmentally does not mean you agree with everything you hear. It means you set aside the urge to condemn long enough to understand. Anger and resentment harden the heart by repeating a single narrative: I was wronged, they are guilty. But when you listen, you allow new dimensions to be revealed. Perhaps the one who hurt you was themselves in pain. Perhaps they acted out of fear, ignorance, or confusion. Perhaps their story is more complicated than your memory allows. This recognition does not excuse harm, but it humanizes the one who caused it. And in that humanization, forgiveness has room to grow. Listening also transforms the one who listens. When you sit silently, focusing on another's words, your mind becomes less entangled with the endless repetition of your own grievances. You step outside your story for a moment and allow space for theirs. In this shift, resentment loosens its grip. Forgiveness becomes possible not because the wound is erased, but because you stop feeding it with the constant energy of your own voice. You allow silence and presence to do their work. The practice of listening as forgiveness also strengthens compassion. Hearing another person's pain, even the pain that caused them to harm you, reveals the shared nature of suffering. It shows that aggression often arises not from strength, but from weakness, not from clarity, but from blindness. When you listen deeply, you begin to feel less like an enemy and more like a fellow traveler through the terrain of human struggle. Compassion becomes not an abstract concept, but a lived experience, born directly from the act of listening. This form of forgiveness also works in reverse. Sometimes the greatest gift is being listened to. Many who hold grudges or lash out in anger are desperate to be heard. Their pain, ignored or dismissed, hardens into resentment. But when someone listens without interruption, without judgment, the heart softens. Defenses drop. The walls built from years of bitterness begin to crumble. To listen to another is not only to forgive them, but also to invite them into their own forgiveness. Listening as forgiveness requires patience. The stories you hear may be difficult, the emotions raw, the words harsh. But patience allows you to stay present without reacting. You let them speak, you breathe, you hold steady. In doing so, you demonstrate forgiveness, not through declaration, but through presence. You show them, and yourself, that you can remain open even in the face of discomfort. This patience is a living expression of the middle way, neither striking back nor retreating into silence, but staying balanced in attentive presence. In Buddhist tradition, this kind of listening is known as compassionate listening. Thich Nhat Hanh often taught that to listen in this way is to relieve suffering. You do not need to provide solutions. You do not need to correct or argue. You simply offer your attention fully, like a calm lake reflecting without distortion. In this way, listening itself becomes an act of generosity. It is the gift of your presence, the gift of understanding, the gift of forgiveness without words. Forgiveness through listening also prevents misunderstanding from solidifying. Many conflicts are sustained not by the original harm, but by layers of misinterpretation, words twisted, intentions assumed. Silence misread these, feed the fire of resentment. Deep listening clears the smoke. It allows the truth to emerge more clearly, sometimes revealing that the harm was less deliberate than imagined, or that regret was already present but unseen. Even when the wound remains, the clarity itself can be healing. This practice also extends beyond personal relationships. On a societal level, listening becomes forgiveness in action. When groups divided by history and conflict sit together and share their stories. When communities listen to one another with openness, cycles of hatred can be broken. The act of listening acknowledges pain without erasing it, and in that acknowledgement, healing begins. Forgiveness at this level is not abstract. It is lived in the courage of sitting together, hearing each other fully, and refusing to let silence or shouting define the relationship. Listening as forgiveness is not passive. It is active presence. To remain open in the face of pain requires strength. To allow someone to speak their truth without rushing to defend your own requires humility. To hear suffering without judgment requires compassion. Each of these is a form of forgiveness, because each refuses to harden into resentment. Each act of listening is a step toward release, for both yourself and the other. At its deepest, listening dissolves the illusion of separation. When you listen so fully that the other's words echo in your own heart, you begin to feel that their suffering and yours are not entirely different. You recognize into being the truth that no one suffers alone, that all lives are woven together. Forgiveness becomes the natural result of this recognition, because once you see yourself in the other, hatred loses its foundation. To practice listening as forgiveness is to bring the Dharma into daily life. It is to make forgiveness not only a thought, but an embodied act, not only a decision, but a practice. Each time you listen with openness, you forgive a little more. Each time you allow another's story to soften your own anger, you step closer to freedom. In this way, listening is not separate from forgiveness. It is forgiveness made visible, forgiveness lived in action, forgiveness spoken not through words, but through presence. When forgiveness is practiced through listening, hearts soften in ways that words alone cannot reach. To be truly heard, or to offer that depth of attention to another, dissolves layers of resentment and invites compassion to flow. Yet even with the healing power of listening, the human heart sometimes needs something more tangible, a way to embody release physically, to express inward transformation through outward action. This is where the wisdom of ritual enters. In Buddhism, ceremonies of chanting, bowing, and offering become sacred vessels for letting go. They give form to forgiveness, turning invisible shifts of the heart into visible acts of release. Rituals matter because the body remembers what the mind struggles to hold. Pain and resentment are not only thoughts but sensations lodged in muscles, breath, and posture. A ritual allows the body to participate in healing, weaving forgiveness into movement and sound. To chant is to give voice to release. To bow is to humble oneself before impermanence. To make offerings is to turn clinging into generosity. Each action reinforces the intention to let go, grounding forgiveness not only in thought but in lived expression. Chanting carries unique power because it joins breath, voice, and intention. Reciting verses or mantras dedicated to compassion or release calms the mind while vibrating through the body. The repetition reshapes inner patterns, replacing cycles of resentment with rhythms of peace. In many traditions, chanting is also communal. To raise your voice with others in harmony reminds you that you are not alone in your struggle, that release is shared, that forgiveness is sustained by community as much as by individual will. Bowing is equally profound. To lower your body in humility is to soften pride, the very pride that often fuels grudges. Bowing before a Buddha image, a teacher, or even the memory of one who caused harm acknowledges that clinging to superiority or victimhood only deepens suffering. Each bow becomes a physical act of surrender, not surrender to injustice, but surrender to reality, to impermanence, to the truth that everything changes. Through bowing, resentment loses its rigidity. The body teaches the mind to bend, and in bending, it does not break. Offerings represent another dimension of ritual release. To light incense, place flowers, or pour water before an altar is to turn material form into a symbol of letting go. The smoke rising from incense mirrors the release of anger dissolving into space. Flowers remind you that beauty is fleeting, teaching that clinging to the past is futile. Water offerings flow away freely, showing that the heart too can flow rather than cling. Each offering transforms attachment into generosity, echoing the teaching that forgiveness is itself a gift given freely. These rituals also provide structure. In the chaos of pain, the mind seeks order but often finds only confusion. Ceremonies give shape to the formless. They offer steps to follow, gestures to repeat, words to recite. In this structure, the restless heart finds steadiness. Even when the mind resists letting go, the body enacts release through ritual, and over time the mind follows. The practice becomes a bridge between intention and realization. Importantly, rituals of release are not about performance. They are not meant to impress others or prove virtue. Their purpose is inner transformation. A bow is meaningful even when no one sees it. A chant heals even if no one hears it. An offering matters even if no one else understands its symbolism. Forgiveness is a private liberation, and ritual simply gives it form so the body, mind, and spirit can align. Rituals also connect you to lineage. When you chant, bow, or make offerings, you join a stream of practitioners who have done the same for centuries. You stand in continuity with countless others who have used these acts to release anger, grief, and attachment. This connection offers strength, reminding you that forgiveness is not a solitary burden, but a shared human journey. The same chants that soothed ancient monks can soothe you now. The same bows that humbled kings can humble your pride. The same offerings that freed hearts long ago can free yours today. These practices also teach impermanence through experience. The chant rises and fades, the bow lowers and rises, the incense burns to ash, the flowers wilt, the water evaporates, nothing remains. The rituals themselves embody the truth that all things pass. In repeating them, you train the heart to accept this truth, to let go of resentment as naturally as smoke drifts away. The rituals become living lessons in the Dharma. In times of deep pain, when words feel inadequate, rituals provide a language beyond speech. They give the heart a way to express what cannot be spoken. Bowing through tears, chanting through grief, offering through trembling hands, all these allow forgiveness to move from idea into lived experience. The act itself becomes the release. The body teaches the mind, the ritual teaches the heart, and forgiveness takes root. Through chanting, bowing, and offerings, forgiveness becomes embodied, visible, and real. Rituals transform abstract teachings into lived practice, giving form to release and helping the heart loosen its grip. They remind you that forgiveness is not only a thought, but an act, not only an inner decision, but a full expression of body, speech, and mind. In these ceremonies, the act of letting go is sanctified, made sacred, and anchored in the deepest truths of the Dharma. When rituals of release help the body and mind let go, the practice of forgiveness becomes more than personal. It begins to ripple outward. Chanting, bowing, and offerings soften individual hearts, but suffering rarely lives in isolation. Pain passes from parents to children, from one generation to the next, from entire communities to their descendants. Ancestral wounds linger in bloodlines, in collective memory, in unspoken grief. Forgiveness, then, cannot stop at the individual. To heal fully, it must extend into the collective, into history, into the scars that cultures and families have carried for centuries. This is the work of collective forgiveness, where letting go becomes a shared act of courage, and where forgiveness turns into the medicine for generational trauma. Collective forgiveness is not about denying what happened. Historical oppression, violence, and betrayal leave marks that do not fade easily. Families hold grief from wars, colonization, slavery, and displacement. Communities inherit anger from injustice left unresolved. Silence passed down through generations becomes a weight heavier than any single person can carry. Collective forgiveness is about facing these truths openly, acknowledging the wounds, and choosing not to let them define the future. It is the decision to end the cycle of resentment so that the next generation is not forced to inherit the same bitterness. This practice begins with recognition. Healing ancestral wounds requires bringing hidden pain into the light. Many families carry stories that were never spoken aloud, stories of betrayal, exile, poverty, abuse. These silences shape identities unconsciously, creating anger or sadness with no clear source. Collective forgiveness asks us to listen, to uncover, to give voice to what was suppressed. By naming the wound, we begin the process of releasing it. Forgiveness at this level also requires compassion that stretches beyond individuals. To forgive an oppressor or ancestor is not to excuse their actions, but to understand the conditions that shaped them. A colonizer was shaped by greed and ignorance. A parent who repeated abuse was shaped by their own suffering. Historical harms emerge from chains of conditions stretching far back in time. To see this does not erase responsibility, but it loosens hatred. It allows space for healing, for both victims and perpetrators, because both are caught in samsara's endless cycle. Collective forgiveness also lives in ritual and community practice. Just as individual rituals of release give form to inner healing, collective ceremonies give form to shared healing. Communities gather to chant for ancestors, to offer prayers for both victims and oppressors, to honor the dead with compassion rather than vengeance. These rituals create sacred spaces where grief can be expressed, witnessed, and released together. In bowing, chanting, or making offerings as a group, forgiveness becomes embodied in collective action. Ancestral forgiveness also acknowledges that trauma can live in the body. Descendants often carry the stress responses of their ancestors: fear, anger, anxiety, passed through both biology and environment. Forgiveness helps to soften these patterns. By choosing to release resentment, you shift not only your own nervous system, but also what you pass forward. This is generosity across time, freeing your children and grandchildren from chains they never chose. Historical trauma also requires dialogue. Collective forgiveness often involves groups with long histories of conflict sitting together, listening deeply to one another's stories. Just as personal forgiveness can be nurtured through listening, collective forgiveness grows when communities hear each other without judgment. These dialogues do not erase past harms, but create the possibility of moving forward without repeating them. In listening, old enemies begin to see each other as human, each carrying suffering, each longing for peace. Forgiveness at the collective level also means courageously transforming memory. The past must be honored, but it must not be weaponized endlessly. Monuments, anniversaries, and rituals of remembrance can be opportunities for healing when infused with forgiveness rather than bitterness. To remember without hate is an act of profound strength. It allows communities to honor their dead while refusing to imprison the living in cycles of vengeance. This work also requires confronting inherited anger. Many carry resentment on behalf of their ancestors, feeling obligated to keep the flame of rage alive. But true honor for those who suffered is found not in perpetuating anger, but in breaking the cycle. Forgiveness here is a gift to the ancestors themselves, liberating them from the burden of knowing their pain continues to cause harm generations later. To forgive is to say, "Your suffering stops with me, and I choose a future that is free." Collective forgiveness also reveals the power of compassion on a scale larger than the individual. When a community forgives, it shifts the energy of history. The aggressor is no longer frozen in the role of eternal enemy. The victim is no longer trapped in the role of eternal sufferer. Both are allowed to change, to grow, to heal. Forgiveness here becomes a revolution of perception, one that changes not only relationships, but the trajectory of generations. On the deepest level, collective forgiveness aligns with the teaching of interbeing. No culture, no family, no history exists in isolation. Every injustice is born from countless causes, and every healing ripples outward into countless lives. When one community forgives, the whole world breathes easier. The work of healing ancestral wounds is therefore not only for the descendants of those who suffered, but for all beings. It is the realization that collective peace requires collective forgiveness. To practice forgiveness at this scale is to accept a great responsibility. It means refusing to pass hatred forward, refusing to let bitterness write the next chapter of history. It means facing painful truths with open eyes and open hearts. It means choosing compassion where vengeance seems justified and patience where anger feels easier. This path is not easy, but it is the only path that leads to freedom, both for ourselves and for those yet to come. Collective forgiveness is the widening of individual release into communal healing. It is the transformation of history into wisdom, of ancestral wounds into compassion, of generational pain into liberation. Through acknowledgement, ritual, listening, and compassion, entire cultures can shift. Forgiveness becomes not just a private act, but a force strong enough to heal families, communities, and nations. It is the bridge that carries suffering out of the past and delivers peace into the future. When forgiveness is extended to entire communities and ancestral wounds begin to soften, we start to see that the work of release is not limited to human relationships alone. The deepest truth of interbeing reminds us that we are not separate from the earth that carries us, nor from the rivers, forests, and skies that sustain us. Just as families pass down grief, humanity has passed centuries of harm onto the natural world. Yet even in the face of deforestation, pollution, and exploitation, the earth continues to renew. The soil receives seeds again and again. Rivers carve fresh paths after floods. Forests regrow after fire. Nature shows us what it means to forgive not through words, but through renewal, resilience, and the quiet insistence on life. The forgiveness of nature is not sentimental. It is practical, embodied, and constant. The earth does not withhold sunlight because of human destruction, nor does it stop producing rain in retaliation for pollution. Instead, it continues its cycles, offering nourishment even to those who exploit it. This does not mean nature is untouched by harm. The scars of human activity are evident everywhere, but it means that renewal is built into its very fabric. Forgiveness here is not forgetfulness, but the refusal to let harm define the future. Learning from this, we begin to see that forgiveness is not only about loosening the knots of memory, but about choosing renewal in every moment. Just as trees sprout new leaves after shedding the old, forgiveness is the choice to grow again rather than stay bare. Just as rivers continue to flow even when blocked or polluted, forgiveness is the steady current of life that refuses to stagnate. In nature, every ending becomes a beginning. This lesson applies directly to the human heart. Betrayal and hurt may scar us, but renewal is always possible if we allow the flow of compassion to return. Nature also teaches patience. Forests do not regrow overnight. Rivers take time to cleanse. Soil takes years to restore fertility. Forgiveness, too, is not instant. It is a process of slow renewal, of tending to the ground of the heart until it becomes fertile for compassion again. Just as farmers must nourish depleted soil, we must nourish ourselves with mindfulness, compassion, and patience as we release resentment. Nature shows us that healing is cyclical, not linear. The forgiveness of nature also teaches humility. Human beings often act as though we control the earth, bending it to our will, yet every disaster reminds us of its vastness and power. Despite all we do, the earth continues to sustain us. This is forgiveness expressed as unconditional giving. To breathe air produced by forests we have endangered, to drink water from rivers we have polluted, is to experience forgiveness in every breath. The earth shows us what it means to give without clinging, to offer without keeping score. In Buddhist thought, this generosity mirrors dana, the perfection of giving. The earth's forgiveness is the great model of dana in action. It gives freely, without judgment, without withholding even from those who harm it. This does not mean we should exploit it further. It means we should learn from its example. True forgiveness does not calculate who deserves compassion. It gives because giving itself is freedom. Observing the cycles of nature also reveals the impermanence of harm. Forests destroyed by fire eventually grow green again. Coral reefs damaged by storms regenerate. Grasslands return after drought. In the same way, emotional scars are not permanent. Pain fades, wounds heal, trust can regrow. Forgiveness is the inner version of this renewal, the willingness to believe that life can continue to thrive even after devastation. Nature also teaches balance. Every ecosystem depends on harmony between countless beings, predators, prey, plants, microbes. When one force dominates, the system collapses. Human anger and resentment act like invasive species, overwhelming the delicate balance of the heart. Forgiveness is the act of restoring balance, of allowing compassion and clarity to re-enter the ecosystem of the mind. Just as nature self-corrects when given time, so too does the heart self-correct when forgiveness is practiced. There is also a lesson in silence. The earth does not speak its forgiveness, it embodies it. The sunrise does not announce itself, yet it arrives. The ocean does not declare its cleansing, yet it washes the shore. This is forgiveness without proclamation, similar to the silent forgiveness practiced inwardly. We do not always need to tell someone they are forgiven. We can live the forgiveness by letting go, by continuing with generosity, by refusing to carry hatred into each new day. Nature reminds us that forgiveness is a form of resilience. A tree that bends in the storm survives. The one that refuses to bend snaps. To forgive is to bend, not to break. It is to adapt, to remain rooted, while allowing the winds of impermanence to pass. Resentment is rigidity. Forgiveness is flexibility. The earth embodies this truth endlessly, and in its resilience, it shows us the path to inner freedom. In this way, the forgiveness of nature is a mirror for our own lives. It shows us that wounds do not define the future, that healing is always possible, that generosity frees both giver and receiver, and that resilience is stronger than vengeance. To walk in alignment with nature is to live forgiveness as a daily practice, not just toward people, but toward life itself. Every breath of air, every sip of water, every moment of sunlight is an invitation to release, to renew, to live as the earth does, always forgiving, always giving, always beginning again. When the forgiveness of nature teaches us how to release and renew without holding grudges, it becomes clear that forgiveness is not only an individual act, but a rhythm of life itself. Yet, the human heart sometimes struggles to embody this flow directly. We may understand renewal intellectually, but when pain feels personal, we resist. Here, the Dharma offers a profound practice that brings forgiveness into the breath itself, Tonglen. This meditation, rooted in Tibetan Buddhism, turns the very act of breathing into transformation. You take in the suffering of others, including those who hurt you, and you breathe out compassion. In this way, resentment is transmuted, pain is softened, and forgiveness is embodied as an energetic act of courage. Tonglen is radical because it reverses the instinct of the ego. Normally, we want to breathe in comfort and exhale discomfort, to take for ourselves and release only what is unwanted. Tonglen flips this pattern. It trains the heart to embrace suffering instead of resisting it, and to respond with compassion instead of anger. When practiced with sincerity, it transforms forgiveness from a mental struggle into a direct, lived experience. Each inhale becomes an acceptance of pain, each exhale an offering of release. At its core, Tonglen dismantles the illusion of separation. When you breathe in the suffering of another, you stop seeing them as enemy or stranger. You recognize their pain as part of the same web of suffering that touches you. By breathing it in, you acknowledge it fully. By breathing out compassion, you offer them the very healing you seek for yourself. Forgiveness here is not an abstract decision, but the natural result of dissolving boundaries. The one who harmed you is no longer only an aggressor. They are also a being in pain. Tonglen also transforms the body's relationship with pain. Resentment often manifests physically: tightness in the chest, shallow breath, tension in the stomach. In Tonglen, instead of resisting these sensations, you breathe into them, allowing them space. You welcome the pain with awareness, and, as you exhale compassion, the body softens. This physical process mirrors the spiritual one. Forgiveness is not forcing pain away, but holding it long enough for it to transform. Forgiveness through Tonglen also prevents resentment from hardening into identity. When someone hurts you, the ego clings to the story of being wronged. This story repeats endlessly, feeding anger. But in Tonglen, you take the very energy of that story and transform it. You breathe in the bitterness, acknowledge its weight, and then consciously release compassion. Each cycle weakens the hold of the story until it no longer defines you. Forgiveness arises not by erasing the story, but by transmuting its energy. Practicing Tonglen also cultivates boundless compassion. You may begin by breathing in the pain of someone who hurt you, but soon you extend the practice to others, friends, strangers, even enemies. The more you practice, the more you see suffering as universal. Forgiveness grows naturally in this context, because you recognize that everyone is caught in cycles of ignorance and pain. By breathing it in and sending out compassion, you contribute to breaking those cycles. This practice also reshapes fear. Often we resist forgiveness because we fear that letting go will make us vulnerable. Tonglen teaches that vulnerability is strength. By willingly taking in suffering, you expand your heart beyond fear. The pain that once seemed unbearable becomes fuel for compassion. This courage is not aggressive, but expansive, rooted in the confidence that compassion is stronger than resentment. Forgiveness becomes not a risk, but a victory of the spirit. Tonglen also addresses collective suffering. When you breathe in, you are not limited to personal wounds. You can breathe in the pain of entire communities, victims of war, injustice, or oppression, and breathe out peace, healing, and compassion. This scale of forgiveness goes beyond the personal and touches the ancestral and cultural. It becomes a practice of healing for humanity itself, dissolving generational wounds through the rhythm of breath. The practice also dismantles the illusion of permanence. Every breath reminds you that suffering is transient. Inhale, it comes. Exhale, it goes. Pain is not fixed. By practicing Tonglen, you embody impermanence with every cycle. The suffering you breathe in does not stay, it transforms. Forgiveness emerges from this truth, because you realize even the deepest wounds can shift. Even the hardest resentment can be softened. Tonglen can also be practiced silently in daily life. In moments of conflict, you can pause, breathe in the other's anger, and exhale calm. In moments of grief, you can breathe in your pain and exhale compassion for yourself. Forgiveness in this form does not wait for meditation, cushions, or rituals. It becomes part of every breath. Each interaction becomes a chance to practice release. On the deepest level, Tonglen reveals the emptiness of self and other. The boundary between who suffers and who forgives dissolves. You breathe in pain, you breathe out compassion, and in the process, the distinction between giver and receiver fades. Forgiveness becomes not something you do, but something that flows through you. The breath itself carries the release, effortless and continuous. Forgiveness through Tonglen is not about excusing harm. It is about transforming suffering into compassion, anger into clarity, resentment into release. It is the art of taking what would poison the heart and turning it into medicine. This is the true power of the practice. It does not deny pain, it transmutes it. The more you breathe this way, the more natural forgiveness becomes, until it flows as effortlessly as air. By embodying Tonglen, forgiveness ceases to be a struggle between will and memory. It becomes as simple as breathing. Inhale the pain of others, exhale compassion. Inhale the weight of anger, exhale peace. Each cycle dissolves the chains of resentment. Each breath frees you a little more. In this way, Tonglen transforms forgiveness from an idea into a living practice, one that connects you to the suffering and healing of all beings, across time, across space, across lifetimes. When Tonglen turns forgiveness into breath itself, suffering is no longer something to resist, but something to transmute. Each inhale welcomes pain, each exhale releases compassion, and slowly, the sharpness of resentment dissolves into a flow of kindness. Yet, even as this practice softens the heart, there remains another truth to confront. Often, what we struggle to forgive in others is a reflection of what we have not forgiven in ourselves. The people who trigger our deepest resentment hold up a mirror, revealing shadows within that we would rather not face. Forgiveness, then, is not only about releasing the other, but also about seeing clearly the unhealed wounds projected outward. Resentment feels like it points outward. You hurt me. You betrayed me. You are the problem. But when examined carefully, it often reveals an echo of our own pain. A harsh word may wound us, not only because it was cruel, but because it confirms a belief we already carry about ourselves. A betrayal may devastate us not only because of the loss, but because it awakens old fears of abandonment or inadequacy. The shadow is not obvious, but it lingers behind resentment, coloring our perception. Forgiveness in this context is not just generosity toward another, It is the act of acknowledging and healing our own shadow. The Buddha taught that we suffer not only because of what others do, but because of how we cling to the self. The shadow is part of this clinging, the hidden parts of ourselves we refuse to accept. When someone else embodies those traits, we project anger onto them. If we have not accepted our own vulnerability, we despise it in others. If we have not forgiven ourselves for past mistakes, we are quick to condemn others for similar actions. Resentment thus becomes a mirror, reflecting what lies unresolved within. To recognize this is uncomfortable. It takes courage to ask, what part of myself is being reflected in this resentment? Where is the shadow in me? But this honesty is also liberating because it gives you power. Instead of waiting endlessly for another to change, you turn inward and heal what is within your control. The forgiveness you extend outward becomes inseparable from the forgiveness you give yourself. Forgiveness as self-reflection also explains why some wounds linger more than others. A small slight may be shrugged off if it touches no inner wound, but the same slight from another person may pierce deeply if it resonates with your shadow. This shows that resentment is not proportional to harm, it is proportional to the depth of your unhealed pain. Recognizing this is not self-blame, it is self-awareness. It shifts the question from, why did they do this, to, what is this showing me about myself? In this way, resentment becomes a teacher. Each painful interaction becomes a chance to discover what is hidden. The one who angers you reveals where compassion has not yet reached. The one who betrays you reveals where trust in yourself is fragile. The one who criticizes you reveals where you cling to insecurity. These mirrors may be harsh, but they are also invaluable. Without them, shadows remain buried, controlling you unconsciously. With them, you have the chance to bring those shadows into light. Forgiveness here becomes an act of integration. Instead of dividing yourself into acceptable and unacceptable parts, you embrace the whole. You acknowledge mistakes without shame, vulnerability without judgment, pain without denial. As you integrate these shadows, the resentment toward others softens because you no longer need them to carry what you refuse to face. Forgiveness flows naturally when projection ends. This approach also deepens compassion. Once you see that your resentment often reflects your own unhealed wounds, you realize the same is true for others. When someone lashes out, it is often their own shadow speaking. Their anger is a projection of their pain, their cruelty a mirror of their own wounds. Recognizing this, you stop taking every harm as personal. You see the cycle of projection, and you respond not with vengeance, but with understanding. Forgiveness here is not condoning, it is clarity. Meditation can help reveal these shadows. Sitting quietly, you bring to mind someone you resent. Instead of focusing on their actions, you ask, what does this awaken in me? Where does this pain live in my body? What belief about myself does it echo? In this inquiry, shadows surface old memories, hidden insecurities, unresolved guilt. Rather than resisting them, you breathe into them, as in Tonglen, and you release compassion. Forgiveness becomes both inward and outward at once. This practice also prevents resentment from hardening into identity. If you cling to the belief that you are always the victim, you freeze yourself in that role. But when you see resentment as a mirror, you reclaim agency. You realize that healing does not depend only on others, it depends on facing your own shadows. This is not to say you are responsible for harm inflicted on you, but it is to say you are responsible for how long you carry it. Forgiveness gives you the power to put down the mirror and walk forward free. On a collective level, this truth also applies. Groups often project their unhealed shadows onto others, blaming outsiders for internal pain. Prejudice, hatred, and violence often arise from this projection. Collective forgiveness, then, requires collective self-reflection, seeing how resentment toward others reflects fears and wounds within the group itself. By acknowledging this, societies can begin to heal not only relationships, but the shadows that fuel division. Ultimately, the mirror of forgiveness shows that anger is rarely only about the other. It is about what lives in us, waiting to be seen, waiting to be healed. To forgive is to face those reflections with honesty and compassion, to integrate what was hidden, to soften toward yourself as much as toward others. When you do this, resentment dissolves not because the past has changed, but because the shadow has been brought into light. The mirror no longer controls you. You see clearly, you release, and in that clarity, forgiveness arises naturally. When resentment is finally seen as a mirror reflecting your own unhealed wounds, the responsibility for freedom becomes clearer. Forgiveness is no longer only about what someone else has done, it is about what you choose to continue carrying. If shadows within you create suffering when left unseen, then forgiveness becomes the shield that protects your mind from being consumed by anger. It is not about excusing or reconciling, but about guarding the one place where peace can truly be cultivated, your inner world. To forgive, as protection of inner peace, is to recognize that holding grudges is like allowing an intruder to live rent-free inside your mind. Every replay of the hurt reopens the wound. Every thought of revenge keeps the fire burning. Every clinging to blame strengthens the chain. The one who hurt you may not even be aware, but your own mind suffers with every cycle. Forgiveness here is not a gift to them, it is a safeguard for you. It is the decision to stop sacrificing your calm for the sake of bitterness. This form of forgiveness also shifts the question entirely. Instead of asking, "Do they deserve my forgiveness?" you ask, "Do I deserve peace?" The answer is always yes. To forgive in this sense is not about the other at all. It is about valuing your own well-being enough to stop poisoning it with resentment. It is about choosing to water the seeds of calm instead of fueling the fire of anger. The Buddha compared anger to holding a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You may aim it outward, but it is your hand that burns first. Forgiveness as protection means putting the coal down. It is not about pretending the fire never existed, but about refusing to continue burning yourself with it. Each act of release is an act of compassion for your own mind. Forgiveness in this sense is also preventative. When anger festers, it clouds judgment, distorts perception, and leads to unskillful action. A harsh word, a reckless choice, a broken relationship, all can arise from unresolved resentment. By forgiving, you protect your clarity. You prevent anger from driving you into choices that only deepen suffering. Forgiveness becomes not only healing of the past, but protection of the future. This practice also reveals the autonomy of the mind. You cannot control whether others apologize, change, or understand, but you can control whether their actions continue to disturb your peace. Forgiveness as protection is the reclaiming of sovereignty over your inner world. It says, "I will not let your choices dictate the quality of my mind. I may not be able to change you, but I can choose not to let hatred occupy me." Forgiveness also functions as protection against cycles of reactivity. Without it, one harm leads to another. Harsh words answered with harsher ones, violence answered with violence. These cycles spiral endlessly, both in relationships and within the mind. Forgiveness interrupts the spiral. It does not erase memory, but it refuses to let memory control reaction. In this way, Forgiveness safeguards not only your inner peace but also the peace of those around you. Protecting inner peace through forgiveness also teaches detachment. When you cling to the idea of justice through anger, you tie yourself to the one who harmed you. Forgiveness cuts that tie. It allows you to walk forward without dragging them with you in thought after thought. This detachment is not indifference, it is freedom. You can still seek justice, establish boundaries, or walk away, but you do it without letting hatred destroy your calm. Meditation shows this protection clearly. Sitting in silence, resentment often arises as intrusive thoughts. The mind replays words spoken, actions taken, faces remembered. Without forgiveness, these thoughts disturb the meditation, scattering the mind. With forgiveness, the thoughts still arise, but they lose their grip. You notice them, you breathe, you release. The mind settles. Forgiveness here is not only a spiritual act, it is practical hygiene for the mind. Forgiveness also protects inner peace by aligning you with compassion rather than judgment. When you replace anger with compassion, your mind becomes lighter, your body less tense, your breath calmer. Neuroscience confirms what Buddhism has long taught. Compassion activates states of calm, while anger activates states of stress. Forgiveness, by redirecting energy into compassion, becomes a physiological safeguard as well as a spiritual one. This protection is especially vital when harm cannot be undone. Some wounds are permanent. Waiting for external resolution may mean waiting forever. Forgiveness ensures that your peace is not held hostage to the impossible. It is the act of saying, I release this not because the past has changed, but because I refuse to let the past dominate my present. Protecting inner peace also means forgiving yourself. Resentment toward your own mistakes can be just as corrosive as resentment toward others. Forgiving yourself for what cannot be undone protects you from endless cycles of self-punishment. It frees your mind to focus on growth rather than guilt. In this way, forgiveness is both a shield against outer harm and a balm for inner wounds. On the deepest level, forgiveness as protection reveals that peace is not given from outside, it is cultivated within. The world will never cease to bring pain, betrayal, or disappointment. But forgiveness ensures that pain does not calcify into hatred. It transforms wounds into wisdom, scars into reminders of resilience. It guards the sanctuary of the mind, where true freedom lives. Forgiveness is therefore not surrender. It is self-respect. It is choosing not to let anger steal the calm you have cultivated, not to let resentment occupy the temple of your heart. It is the act of saying, my peace matters more than my grudge. And in that choice, forgiveness becomes the most powerful protection the mind can carry. When forgiveness is seen as protection of inner peace, it becomes clear that clinging to anger is ultimately self-destructive. You realize that every moment spent rehearsing the wound is a moment stolen from your calm. But there is another trap that keeps many hearts bound, the longing for an apology. The mind convinces itself that peace can only come when the one who caused harm admits their fault, asks for forgiveness, or expresses regret. Yet, this waiting often lasts a lifetime. Some people never acknowledge their actions. Some deny, minimize, or justify. Some have passed away, leaving no chance for words to be spoken. If forgiveness depends on their apology, freedom may never arrive. The Dharma teaches another path, to let go of the need for apologies and free yourself from dependence on another's recognition. The desire for apology is deeply human. It comes from the longing to feel validated, to know that your pain was seen and your worth restored. An apology can be powerful when given sincerely. It can soften wounds and rebuild trust. But when you make it a condition for peace, you hand over control of your heart to someone else. You say, "I cannot be free until you change." This is the opposite of liberation. Forgiveness means reclaiming that power, deciding that your peace will not wait for their words. Letting go of the need for apologies is not the same as saying, "Apologies do not matter." It means recognizing that while apologies are healing when they arrive, they cannot be the foundation of your freedom. The Buddha taught that clinging is the root of suffering, and clinging to the expectation of remorse is just another form of attachment. You bind your happiness to something outside your control, and in doing so, you remain chained. Release comes when you decide that your healing is not conditional. This shift requires a new perspective on responsibility. The one who caused harm may indeed carry moral responsibility, but the responsibility for your peace is yours alone. Waiting for them to acknowledge what they did gives them power over your mind. Choosing to forgive without apology is the act of reclaiming that power. It is the declaration that your peace is too valuable to be dependent on their remorse. Letting go of this need also frees you from disappointment. Many apologies, even when they arrive, fall short. They may be insincere, incomplete, or spoken in self-defense. Placing your hope in apology often leads to fresh pain when the words do not meet your expectations. Forgiveness without apology sidesteps this trap. It does not require you to measure the quality of someone else's remorse. It requires only that you release your own grip on resentment. The practice of letting go in this way also aligns with compassion. Often, people cannot apologize because they are trapped in their own suffering, too ashamed, too blind, or too hardened by their own wounds. Their inability to admit harm is itself a form of ignorance. To demand apology from someone still drowning in ignorance is to expect clarity from blindness. Compassion sees this clearly. It understands that while their harm was real, their refusal to apologize is another sign of their suffering. Forgiveness then becomes not approval but wisdom, the recognition that waiting for remorse from the unready is futile. This does not mean you ignore accountability. Forgiving without apology does not erase the harm or deny justice. It simply means you no longer let your healing hinge on their behavior. You can still set boundaries, pursue justice, or walk away. Forgiveness without apology is about inner release, not external reconciliation. It is the choice to stop drinking poison while waiting for the other person to admit they poured it. Meditation can support this release. You bring to mind the person who hurt you and notice the longing for them to say, "I'm sorry." You acknowledge it, feel its weight, and then breathe into it. On the exhale, you release the demand. You repeat, "I do not need your apology to be free. I release you. I release myself." Over time, the longing weakens. Forgiveness begins to arise not from their action, but from your own strength. The letting go of apologies also brings dignity. It says, "My worth is not dependent on your recognition. The pain you caused was real, but my healing is not in your hands." This dignity is the core of self-respect. Forgiveness here is not surrender, it is sovereignty. It is the refusal to let another's blindness dictate the quality of your life. This practice also prevents cycles of bitterness across generations. When families pass down stories of harm, they often pass down the waiting for recognition, waiting for justice, waiting for apology. By releasing this need, you cut the chain. You show the next generation that freedom is possible even without external validation. Forgiveness becomes a legacy of strength, not resentment. On a deeper level, letting go of the need for apologies reveals the emptiness of expectation itself. An apology is only words, dependent on countless conditions: upbringing, awareness, courage, timing. To demand it is to cling to something impermanent and unstable. Forgiveness does not cling, it flows. It acknowledges the wound and then allows it to pass, regardless of whether words are ever spoken. This is freedom rooted in wisdom, not in conditions. Ultimately, forgiveness without apology is the highest form of release. It is the moment you stop waiting, stop bargaining, stop handing your peace to someone else. It is the act of saying, "I choose freedom now. Whether you ever recognize what you did or not, I will not let your silence imprison me. My peace is mine to claim, and I claim it today." This is the heart of liberation release that depends on nothing but your own willingness to let go. When the need for apologies is released, forgiveness becomes an act of inner freedom rather than something tied to another's behavior. Yet, even with this understanding, many still struggle. The heart may know that holding on creates suffering, but the wound feels too raw to let go. The mind may long for peace, but anger lingers, grief resurfaces, resentment persists. In these moments, a new layer of the path reveals itself, forgiving yourself for not being able to forgive right away. This, too, is part of the practice. To walk the journey of release with compassion toward yourself is as essential as showing compassion toward others. The belief that forgiveness must be immediate is itself a form of pressure. It suggests that if you cannot let go quickly, you are failing, that your inability is weakness. But forgiveness is not a switch to be flipped. It is a process that unfolds over time. Just as wounds of the body require care and patience, wounds of the heart need gentleness and space. Forgiving yourself for the time it takes honors the reality of your own humanity. Resentment is not easily dissolved because it often carries layers of pain, anger, sadness, betrayal, loss. Each must be met, understood, and softened. Expecting instant forgiveness ignores this complexity. By forgiving yourself for not being ready, you create the conditions for forgiveness to ripen naturally, without force. Compassion toward yourself becomes the soil in which release eventually grows. This practice also prevents self-blame from compounding suffering. Many people feel guilt not only for the harm they experienced, but also for their inability to let it go. They think, "I should be stronger, I should forgive by now." This self-criticism only deepens the wound. Forgiving yourself for not being ready breaks this cycle. It reminds you that struggling is not failure, it is part of healing. The Buddha often taught about the middle path, not indulging, not suppressing. Forgiving yourself for delay embodies this wisdom. You do not indulge resentment by clinging to it endlessly, but you also do not suppress it by forcing forgiveness prematurely. You walk the middle way of patience, holding space for your pain while remaining open to eventual release. Compassion for your own struggle also mirrors the compassion you extend to others. If you can see another's harmful actions as arising from ignorance or suffering, you can apply the same view inward. Your inability to forgive immediately arises from your own wounds, fears, and conditions. These, too, deserve understanding. You do not criticize a child for needing time to learn, you encourage them gently. In the same way, you can encourage yourself without judgment. Forgiving yourself also builds resilience. By accepting that forgiveness takes time, you remove the burden of deadlines and expectations. This frees energy that can instead be used for healing practices, meditation, reflection, therapy, community support. Each of these becomes easier when you are not weighed down by the belief that you should already be finished. Self-forgiveness allows you to keep walking steadily, even slowly, without despair. This form of forgiveness also deepens authenticity. To say, "I forgive," before you truly feel it can create inner conflict. You speak words of release, but the body still carries tension. The mind still replays the wound. This false forgiveness may satisfy social pressure, but leaves you unsettled. By forgiving yourself for not being ready, you remain honest. Authentic forgiveness then arises in its own time, when both mind and body align. Self-forgiveness for delay also opens a deeper layer of humility. It reminds you that healing is not linear and that you are not above struggle. This humility protects you from judging others harshly when they, too, struggle to forgive. Your own process becomes a source of empathy, teaching you that patience is part of the universal journey. Meditation can help in this self-compassion. Sitting quietly, you bring awareness to the feeling of resistance, the anger, the pain, the unwillingness to release. Instead of fighting it, you breathe into it. You silently say, "It is okay. I forgive myself for not being ready yet." With each breath, the self-criticism softens. You create space for your heart to heal at its own pace. This space is itself forgiveness. Forgiving yourself for delay also aligns with impermanence. Just as pain changes over time, so too does your readiness to forgive. The fact that you cannot release today does not mean you never will. By holding compassion for your current struggle, you trust the truth of impermanence, that every state shifts and readiness will eventually arise. Ultimately, forgiving yourself for not being able to forgive immediately is itself an act of courage. It is the refusal to add another layer of blame onto your suffering. It is the willingness to honor your process without shame. It is the recognition that forgiveness is not a race, but a path, and that walking it with compassion for yourself is as important as forgiving others. In this way, the journey becomes complete. You forgive others, not to free them, but to free yourself. You release the need for apologies, so your peace is not dependent. And you forgive yourself for the time it takes, so you do not turn the path into another burden. This self-compassion ensures that forgiveness remains what it truly is: liberation, born not of pressure, but of love. You have walked through a journey that began with the weight of resentment and ended with the lightness of release. We explored how forgiveness is not weakness but courage, not surrender but freedom. You saw how grudges weave karmic knots, how compassion transforms even the harshest aggressor, how silence, ritual, generosity, and breath turn letting go into daily practice. We reflected on impermanence, on the wisdom hidden inside anger, on the middle way between vengeance and suppression. We expanded forgiveness across lifetimes, into our ancestors, into nature itself, and discovered that peace is always closest when we protect our own mind. And through it all, you learned that forgiveness begins not with others, but with yourself, gently, patiently, without conditions. If these lessons touched you, I want to hear your voice. Share your thoughts in the comments below. What part of this journey resonated most with you? Was it self-forgiveness, compassion for those who harmed you, or the recognition that peace is your birthright? Your words might be the encouragement someone else needs tonight. And if you found wisdom here, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Together, we'll keep building a space of clarity, compassion, and strength, one where every night you fall asleep lighter than before, and every morning you wake up freer than you ever thought possible.